All right, looks like everything's up and I'm streaming in the right spots. So we good. Let's get down to business to defeat Conan. There's some interesting stuff going on in the game right now. With the new patch that I read on Reddit this morning. People losing some stuff in their ornithopters and stuff like that. So, just generally some interesting stuff. We did a little more work last night and ended up sort of remaking a little bit of this. So, what we're going to be looking at um, is just these three sides poking out with the landing strips. Right, so we've got them staggered. We've got, on the left and right here to these sides, and then we've got this middle side, and then we've got an entrance over here. I wanted to make it four sides, but I ended up kind of facing into this wall. If I'd have been able to maybe bring this over a little more, it wouldn't have been an issue, but it just didn't really work out. The next thing I'm kind of thinking about doing is connecting this somehow to another one over here that like pokes out from this wall or something. I don't really know. We'll see. We've got it all kind of set up. We've got ourselves a nice little landing station here. We still need to fill out all of these, right? Fill up all of these, make them all exist. And we still kind of have a landing pad here. This isn't really supposed to be a landing pad, but it's big enough it kind of can be, so I'm going to end up using it as one probably. Let's see, are we all full on water? We are all full on water. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I need to get some freaking resources. I gotta gather resources so bad. I've been being such a bum about it. But I'm sort of hesitant to get myself out into, gosh, we have 1,000 aluminum ingots. I wonder how much duraluminum we have. We'll see by going to these. So 426. We need, oh, we have actually quite a few calibrated servos. Where did I get all those calibrated servos from? That's interesting. I am going to need some more, but since I have so many, let's go ahead and do some stuff out here. Let's move these. All right, get those kind of lined up again. That's where all my resources normally go. And then we're just going to go ahead and plunk some stuff down out here. So this is the inside. It's just got this nice little staircase up here. There's nothing on the back panel of this wall, and honestly, I probably should have pushed it further back so that there was more rock inside of here. But I rebuilt it like 3 times yesterday. Just not really interested in rebuilding it anymore. So let's go right here. And let's just see. Open. We're just going to make these 3x5s. And then we're just going to do 2. I was going to enclose the entire thing. And I may still do that. But I don't want to deal with having to get that many calibrated servos, if I'm being honest. Because it's, what, 6 calibrated servos per pentashield. So I'd be adding a couple more pentashields. I am still going to have to get quite a few more calibrated servos, because I do need 2 pentashields as is. So I'd basically be doubling the number of pentashields. I think that these things can fly in. I think even an assault ornithopter should fit in a 3 wide, 2 high space. I don't know what I'm going to do about carriers yet. I don't know if I'm even going to get a carrier or exactly how I'm going to work that out. But, so we've got 3, 6, I think we got 9 landing pads here, which is enough for everything that I can make, right? Because you can only have 10 vehicles. But yeah, we're just making these. Okay, that didn't want to work. Right there. And go there. That worked. But it's really easy and it's really nice. And they'll just be able to come in through the front and through the top and just slide in here. And I'll probably put like a box here, maybe a box here. If I can get the big boxes, the big plastanium boxes, put a couple of boxes in here and that'll be how you drop stuff off. I'm thinking about trying to make this some sort of like a social hub thing. I don't know exactly how valuable it would be or if people would even come to like hang out at it at all. But it might be interesting to make like a social hub location. What are you doing here? For my my Haga Basin. Might be fun even. Turn it into sort of like a trading hub. I saw that somebody had kind of tried to do that. They were like renting out rooms and stuff in their base. I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know how honestly viable that is, because I don't know if you could keep people from like stealing each other's shit. So just like the guild thing, you'd have to vet people pretty hard. Because you kind of can't control who has access to what, like specifically. Until they increase the permissions, I don't see that being very possible. But you could totally have a trade hub in your Haga Basin or even out in the deep desert. And that, I think, would be really cool if you could give permissions specifically to players, like by name, in certain chests and stuff like that. Then you could create, a little bazaar, and you could have people come and like rent a tent or rent a stall, right? Like they would in old timey bazaars, and then give them specifically permission to use the like the storage in that specific stall so that they could come and drop all their stuff off. And then you could have a really cool, landing pad kind of thing like this that entered into the bazaar, and just, I mean, honestly, have a really great time with it. And you could do it in your Haga Basin, or if you wanted to get really crazy, you could rebuild it every week in the deep desert. And honestly, I think that's what I would do, is just rebuild it weekly in the deep desert. 'Cause I think that would be insanely dope. Honestly, I love the building system in this game. Just in general, it's not the most comprehensive building that I've ever seen, but goodness gracious, am I having fun with it. I was about to say, are you serious? I can't make this right here because of that, but totally can. And so now you're going to get to kind of see the vision, which is the stagger here. And I really like the stagger. I think it's important. 4, step it out one more, that's 5. This obviously takes a lot of power and stuff like that, but honestly, because I'm just a solo, I've got quite a bit of extra power, so I can have all these pentashields and not really give a shit. I'm still using scrap power generators because I have so many extra production facilities. And that's kind of, I mean, you could do a whole thing if you wanted to run a bazaar. Oh, dude, they've got to improve the permissions so that you can only give permissions on certain boxes to certain people. Like certain storage boxes or certain facilities or certain doors. Because that would be insane. Because you could give people certain facilities. So, like, if you wanted to pretend to be a blacksmith or a weaponsmith, you could get a weapons fabricator in your stall. Or if you wanted to pretend to be an armorer, you could just get a armor thing in your stall. Like, there's so many possibilities of just some cool little stuff that could go on. But yeah, let's break out the ornithopter and let's just go fly out here real quick and just kind of see what's the vision looking like. This is gonna be a pretty ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. I don't even know if I like it. I mean, I kind of like it, but I don't know if I like it. It was weird. It's freaking weird. We got to get a lot more calibrated servos. We got to get. I don't even know if we need more aluminum. Yeah, we do, because we need lots of duraluminum so we can make the assault ornithopter. Actually, got the pumps, I think. We should maybe just make the assault ornithopter. Right, meow. Because then we can see if it fits in there. The reason I hadn't made it yet is because I didn't have anywhere to store it. I think I can store it now. So let's fucking pump this bad boy out. Let's see. We need 6 of these. So craft them out. Craft 6 wings. Bammo. Need 1 of these. We have a generator and an engine, so we're going to skip those for now. We need 1 of these. 1 of these. 1 of these. Okay, and then we need a storage. And then we need a thruster. Hey. Dig it? I further muckin' dig it. You know what I want to know? When are we going to get a cut array for the freaking assault ornithopter? Or a cut array and a storage module for the fucking carrier ornithopter. And like make it a whole thing. And like hang it off the bottom. And then the person who's operating it sits in it. Like in the bottom. That would be so dope. And then make it so that if there's somebody in that seat, the vehicle auto hovers, right? So if you're flying, You fly over to where the node's at, and then you switch into that seat, and it just like auto hovers there in Thopter mode, just, and then you laser things. Oh my god. Why do the vehicles in this game suck so bad? They could be so much better than they are. We're gonna have an ornithopter. Ornithopter. They have so many assault ornithopter generators, it's kind of ridiculous. And let's put that away. Okay. 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 Just a couple more pieces here. And they're too heavy. Okay, I understand that the ornithopter pieces kind of have to be heavy. But also, can I please just carry all the ornithopter pieces? I don't want to have to put stuff away and then go back into a storage. Just let me hold them all. Or let me assemble out of the storage. Either of those options is perfectly fine with me. I just don't want to not be able to assemble the whole thing. Let's go to the repair station. Can I repair this using the repair station? Oh, I can. Never mind, no I can't. That's fine. We'll take care of that. Let's go put together assault ornithopter and let's just go see. Because it's possible that this thing just won't fit in here, right? I mean, I don't think it's going to be a problem, but it's possible. So let's go right out here. Oop. Pooched it. There's not one there. Let's go right out here. This will be kind of the worst side to get in and out from, so I want to kind of check it. There we go. Bump that bad boy down. Oh yeah. This thing will fit in here totally. A show. Let's go get my wings. I'm really starting to like my base here. It's really starting to come together. It's nice to have a base that I've built, especially because so often in these games, I don't build bases very well. I end up with these really generic, flat planks of wood most of the time. So I'm just really excited to finally have a base that I've kind of built on my own that doesn't look like total ass. Could somebody else who was just generally a better builder have made something way nicer? 100%. But that doesn't mean that my base isn't dope. But you know what? I never grabbed, because I don't think I ever made I have a really hard time getting the thrusters and generators and stuff, but the thrusters and storages and stuff to actually make. I don't know why that is. I'm gonna have to go check on them though, and I also have some freaking medium fuel cells in here somewhere. I don't know if they ended up in the right spot or if they're still over here. Looks like they probably ended up in the right spot. I didn't make them, I just found them. I got a bunch of them, so let's get some medium fuel cells out. So I need to repair my suspensor belt real quick. I shouldn't be running around without one.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, for some reason the thruster and the storage just didn't create. Oh, do I not have enough duraluminum for that? Oh no. Kind of makes me just want to put the storage on, but let's make the thruster. And then we'll have to get some jasmium, I think, to make... I think we're all out of jasmium. How sad. I don't have any way to get more duraluminum other than go farm some flippin' jasmium. That makes me want to cry a little bit. Want to use my assault ornithopter.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Sandstorm. Just wanted to make sure everything was safe there. Fuel is 53%. I put a whole medium gas can in there. Yo, what's up? Is Blighted? I'm alive. Ha, 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 ha. Staying alive. Staying alive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I dig it. Totally dig it. Put on the swatches here. We'll make it blue like our scout. Yeah, this is pretty dope. Pretty excited. Oh, hell yeah. That is what I'm talking about right there. You don't understand shit. What do you mean? Did I say something confusing? Oh, as a whole, yeah. Welcome to life. 90% having no fucking clue what's going on. 10% being the only person who has a clue what's going on. It's about how I feel all the time. All right, let's go get some jasmium. Let's get a rad suit. Have I learned the Mark V rad suit, or am I a dumb fuck? Probably a dumb fuck. Aluminum, duraluminum. Okay, haven't learned it. Can learn it. Let's go repair this rad suit. Got lucky that I had 30 points there. Goodness. Vacation suit, repair. Buzzing Steam summer sale each and every day. Trying to find a game to play. I think those things automatically stop crafting and the storages get full. Nope, it's definitely not it. I do have like almost 2,000 silicone though, which is dope. Find any cool games you're interested in since you've been browsing the summer sale? I didn't take off the suspensor belt and then put it back on after I repaired it. Deltarune isn't on sale, but I probably wouldn't have gotten it either way. I don't know what Deltarune is. Don't you shoot that sniper rifle at me. You little twit. Sons of the Forest is interesting. Yeah, I mean, the Forest is a pretty popular survival game. I think Sons of the Forest also got pretty popular when it came out. It's very gritty, very realistic. All I know is Deaf Guy does stuff for you and sometimes commits arson on accident because AI sucks. And the first game fully through. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I mean, if you like the Forest, then I imagine you would like Sons of the Forest. I see no reason to believe that liking one of them wouldn't mean you would like the other. Dooba-doo-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-dooba-dooba. Juggle again. Down the road. What I want is for this game to get better. I don't want to play any other games. I'm not going to play any other games. Just want Dune to get better. We got a big patch last night. I stayed up so that I could read the patch, and I was gonna put out a video on it. But then it was a whole lot of mostly nothing. Primarily bug fixes and stuff like that. So I guess not nothing, but nothing really important. They did include some of this stuff, or maybe all this stuff. Barony. What's Barony about? I do not know this Barony. Dungeon crawler. Okay. Like a roguelite? Or roguelike? Released in 2015. Yeah, I know the name. I just don't guess I've ever looked at it closely enough to know what kind of game it is. I saw the first little bit of information I've seen on Project Ghost yesterday. I saw a video. I like me some pixel graphics. Pixel graphics are pretty good. But Project Ghost seems like it's going to be an MMO game. I mean, it's not going to come out for years and years. Probably 5 or 6 at least. We just got our first, like, super pre-alpha footage. But, looks like it's going to be an MMO. It has a little bit of roguelike. Okay. Okay. What the fudge knockers was that? Why is the game trying to get me eaten by the worm? To do so, yeah, I'm supposed to run the fuck away. There's no fighting the worm. Subnautica 2 might be a banger. That's true. I haven't played the first one. So if um if Subnautica had um some sort of like large scale multiplayer, I would play it probably, but like large scale multiplayer, or like me and my friend can join a world together multiplayer. 'Cause I don't have any friends. So I don't want to play a game where just me and my buddy can play. No, I got myself killed. Whoops. Okay, looks like instead of just running through here, my better option is gonna be to kill everyone. Yeah, Soul Mask is a pretty interesting concept. I don't think the execution was actually done all that well, but it's still in early access, isn't it? That game's been out for a while to still be in early access, but I freaking hate melees, dude. Can you just not ruin my life? That'd be fantastic. Okay. Yeah, nor should you buy Ascended. Ark Ascended was probably one of the most regretted purchases of a video game I've ever made in my entire life. And I have made a lot of video game purchases in my life. I'm an old ass motherfucker who's been playing a lot of video games for a long time. But that game pisses me off. And I'm with you. I'm definitely in for the Ark nostalgia. Even this game doesn't really quite scratch that itch. Because the thing that made Ark so incredible was the creatures and, the integration of the creatures into basically everything about your gameplay. Tickle chicken. Yeah, I remember when I came across my first theory. I was playing on a Ragnarok server, and I had gotten off the beach a little bit. The first time I'd ever gotten off the beach, way back when I was first starting to really play. I was back up at this mountain making my little stone hut, and I was out on an adventure on foot, and I saw the Therizino, and I thought that it might be aggro, but then I got kind of near it, and it didn't aggro me. And I was like, oh, it might be like a herbivore or something. And so I got too close, and then it went all freaking murder on me and chased me all the way back to my base, beating my ass. And, yeah, then I died. You know, I never played PvE on Ark. I mean, those are just the best games. The games where you can remember, all these specific actions and interactions and stuff that you've had. That's how you know you've got a good game. And it's really too bad that Snail Games um, has basically ruined the Ark franchise. But I still, because of how much I liked the original Ark Evolved, and because of how good I think that their monetization strategy was with the original Ark. Even though things have gone really, really bad with Ark Ascended and Snail games lately, the the game itself is still really good. The creatures are still really good. The new creatures that they keep putting out are still really good. They're doing a fantastic job of creating, interesting new mechanics for taming and stuff like that. And because of all of that, if Arc 2 ever comes out, I will probably still buy it. And I will probably still play the holy ever loving shit out of it. Because I love Ark Survival Evolved so much. But that'll be the last try for me. If Snail Games fucks with Arc 2, then I just won't ever go back probably to the franchise. They did just reboot the first game. It's called Ark Ascended. And so they made a lot of really good changes with Ark Survival Ascended over Ark Survival Evolved. But then they made those changes, and then they made a bunch of changes to try and get you to spend more money and pay for all these DLCs and all this other garbage. And their monetization strategy with Ark Ascended was just so much less player focused than Survival Evolved's strategy was, that it just really puts a bad taste in your mouth. What do I think about tech? I think tech is fine. I think that it's important to have the primitive servers, because I think that primitive gameplay is a very unique experience. And so I think it's cool to have like a primitive cluster so that people can continue to have that gameplay. But those things aren't mutually exclusive, right? But we're talking about Ark Survival Ascended or Ark Survival Evolved right now, Daima. So yeah, I don't have a problem with tech. And I think that's fine. I think if you prefer no tech, that a primitive server cluster is great. I think there are enough people who prefer the no tech gameplay that having a primitive server cluster is good and valuable, and so I don't see any problem. Yeah, I mean, most people who have played survival games have played Ark. It's kind of one of those staple games that if you're a fan of the genre, you at least give it a look-see, you know? I I think that Ark is the best available, but I don't think that Ark is even the best version of itself. There are so many things that could be changed and improved about Ark. I do think that this game could be significantly better than Ark, but some pretty big changes would have to happen for that to be true. Can you tame big cat that leaps on you from huge tree? The Thylacoleo? Yeah, you can tame the Thylacoleo. The The Thylacoleo was one of the first creatures added that you couldn't take into bosses. Oh, in Dune? No, there's not a Thylo in Dune. I thought you were just asking if you could tame the Thyla in Ark. Why would there be a cat in a tree in Dune? There aren't any trees in Dune. The reason I think that Dune could be better than Ark is because the Ark doesn't have to, or you don't have to tame creatures, right? Like taming creatures in Ark is fun, but that doesn't have to be the only way you get mounts. And so you have some really interesting mount options in Dune Awakening, because that's what this is, right? It's a mount, it's a dinosaur. This is your Pteranodon, the Assault Ornithopter is your Tapejara, and the Carrier Ornithopter is your Quetzal, right? So you sort of have the archetypes already in this game. And so the thing that's so interesting about this game, and the thing that you never really had in Ark, is the module system where you can actively change. And I guess, well, that's not true. You actually kind of did have it in Ark, right? Because in Ark, you had stats, and you leveled up your creatures, and you used those creatures' levels to change their stat allocations. And then changing their stat allocations significantly changed how they worked and what you used them for. And so I liked that very much. And so Dune has a way to do that, but on a much more simple scale that would be much more accessible for casual players, because you just use the module system. So I go out and I farm some resources and I change the modules on my vehicle. And that would change how that vehicle works. And so if they would put more work into the module system, then you would have, you would have weight pteranodons and stamina pteranodons and speed pteranodons and melee pteranodons and all that stuff, rolled into one where all you have to do is just quick swap some modules out. I'm sure Dima's still here. This probably just isn't necessarily a conversation that interests them because maybe they didn't play a ton of Ark or something like that. But they just haven't been. I imagine they're probably just trying to let me and you have a chat. Ark is very good, but it's also very broken. And so I don't want Ark 2 to just be Ark again, right? Because that's not value added. Do you think about the monkey creature that is small and can turn into big attack monkey when you want to? You're talking about the one that eats the element or whatever. So I never purchased the Genesis maps when I was playing Evolved. Those are the only maps I never owned in the game. So I never used the Noglin or... oh gosh, what is that creature called? Yeah, but I've never actually owned one. I think they're cool. That was kind of the template, right, for when they made the Pyromane. It was a shoulder-mounted pet that turned into a larger pet. That went from being relatively ineffective to being much, much more effective. Yeah, I always played solo Blighted, so if I didn't have the map, I didn't really have the creature. I liked those creatures though. I was pretty much a fan of any creature that didn't have the standard taming model. Right? I'm totally about trying different stuff and having different taming methods and needing to learn any creature that is a creature I like. Yeah, there you go. I can definitely agree with that. I think I like every creature in Ark. Some of them are super annoying, when you have to deal with them in PvE or PvP or whatever. They make me want to punch them in the face. But yeah, I mean, Ark is about creatures. Different kinds of creatures are cool. And that's a big part of why this game needs to focus on vehicles. Is Ark Evolved very much um road to popularity based on the diversity of its vehicle system. Right, the creature system had so much diversity in it. Ooh. See, now this is what I'm looking for. This is a nice patch of plant fibers right here. What is up, dude? 50 plant fibers? We're gonna have to remember that spot. Oh, there's so many plant fibers all around here. But yeah, so the diversity of Ark and its vehicle system through the creatures was extremely, extremely well thought out. And, being able to breed them and change them and upgrade them and, sort of make them your own was extremely important to the longevity and the um, the intrigue of Ark. And so you have a system very much that could follow in those same footsteps with the vehicle system in this game. And so there's a lot of potential opportunity lost by not having more modules, by not giving me cooler modules, by not allowing me to customize this vehicle at all. You basically just turn this vehicle into you turn the use of this vehicle into an extremely repetitive loop. that I can't get out of, right? There's no changing what I'm doing with this vehicle, really. It's always going to have this storage on it. It's always going to have this cut array on it. And I'm always just going to drive around gathering nodes. And there's nothing else that this vehicle can do. And so either, you want other vehicles that do other things, or you want this vehicle to be able to do other things. I would prefer this vehicle to be able to do other things. I don't think they need to add more vehicles to this game. I think the module system gives more than enough potential for variety. If I'm up for it, I can play Subnautica at some point. I will probably not play Subnautica. The reason being that I prefer to play online multiplayer games. That's just my personal preference. Like online massively multiplayer games like this one. Even though I play by myself, I'd like to see other people in the world. I like to be driving around and just, oh, look, there's a person flying an ornithopter or whatever. I also like to have PvP systems in games because I think PvP is fun, even though I suck at it and I don't do a ton of it. Oh yeah, I like to people watch, and I like the cheeky little interactions. I like, especially in PvP games, I like having positive PvE interactions in PvP spaces because there's always that little bit of tension, and that tension feels fun, right? Because it's like, oh, is this person going to attack me? Are they not going to attack me? Are we going to pretend to be friendly and then we're going to attack each other? Like, what's going to go on? And so there's a lot of interesting stuff that can go on there because you never really know what another person's going to do. And I do know unequivocally what the AI is going to do. So that gets really boring really fast because there's no complexity there, right? If I get too close to an AI, they attack me. And that's just the way it is. But if I get too close to a person, the possible interactions that I can have with that person range anywhere from getting shot in the face all the way to them giving me 1,000,000 Solari for free for no reason. Right? The 1,000,000 Solari thing is kind of an outlier. And it's not likely to happen, but it's on the table, right? Somebody could just be like, fuck it, let's give this person a shit ton of currency for no reason. I can. If 90% of people attack you within 5 seconds of seeing you, it's a good enough chance you know what will happen. Well, so there's a quote, or a theory, or I don't know exactly. I think there's a quote, but basically what it says is it's really easy to say what the average person will do, but it's really difficult to say what any one person will do. So, like you said, if 90% of people attack you within 5 seconds, you can make a really good guess that anybody you meet is going to attack you. So the average person is going to attack you. And that's a really easy determination to make because 90% of the time you get attacked. But you have a much lower success rate when determining what any specific individual will do. Because despite the fact that average means that it, what an average person would do.
Mr. Bean says poo poo pee pee poo poo pee pee poo poo.
Poo poo pee pee. Fantastic, Bean. Thank you very much. So if you look at averages, what you're talking about is, more than 50%. So if say 55% of the human population will all do. I'm having trouble explaining this. So, say there's 10 tasks, right? 10 separate things that are trying to be accomplished. And there's only two options for how you complete this task. Either you do it in A way or you do it in B way. And so the average person might do it in A way, right? 55% of people choose to do it in A way, and only 45% of people choose to do it in B way. So the average person on all 10 of these tasks completes the task in a manner. However, because there are 10 tasks, a single one of those individuals may only complete 6 of those tasks in the average way, and may complete the other 4 tasks in the not expected way, which means that 4 out of 10 times, if you were trying to guess how this person, this specific individual, would react in a certain situation, and you always chose the average, right? You always chose the expected outcome, which is outcome A, then 4 out of 10 times, you would be wrong. Whereas 55% of the time, you would be right if you were just guessing for, an average individual on a specific task. So because any given individual can contribute to the average, or because any given individual contributes to the average outcome of a situation independently for each specific outcome, and because they can either be a part of the average or not in every possible instance, it becomes extremely easy to see a pattern of what most people do without being able to identify a pattern of what a given individual will do. I explained that really, really poorly, but the point that it's trying to make, no, Masquerette is the name of the people who live here. But basically, the point that the quote is trying to make is that you have to take each person as an individual. But you can take groups as an average. So they just put out an update last night for this game, and they changed it so that you can much more easily get into your vehicles now. And I gotta tell you, I'm really, really enjoying it. The new vehicle interaction boxes are so good. They extend out beyond the modules now. So instead of having to walk around, I used to have to walk all the way around my storage to be able to get in, so I'd have to get right up here. But now I can just walk up to my storage and enter my vehicle. I know that those games exist, and I've played about an hour and a half of Monster Hunter World. But no, I'm not really a Monster Hunter player. I don't think there's any, nope, there's no fuel in those. There we go. Yeah, I'm not, I like the idea behind Monster Hunter. The, kill the big monster, take their little bits, craft gear, all that stuff. But I don't think that that system is interesting enough in that game to make me want to play it. Hermit, do you know what a snail without a shell is called? A slug? What do you think about the... Yeah, I didn't experience any Turf Wars Blighted, sorry. You found a slug today? Slugs are gross, dude. Slugs are hella gross. Interesting. Are they poisonous or something? Some slugs can be poisonous, I believe. I wouldn't touch it if you don't know what it is, because it might, like, excrete something that could have a harmful or irritating effect on your skin or something like that. So if you don't know about the slug, I wouldn't fuck with it. Why so condescending, Blighted? What do you mean, how do you not know what a snail is? Not everybody in the world can know what everything is, dude. I can actually use these now. Yeah, definitely be careful, dude. There's some nasty slugs out there. Go look up on the internet real quick, see if there's any poisonous slugs. Yeah, it looks like there's lots of poisonous slugs. I think most of the poisonous ones live in the water. At least that's what it looks like. Interesting. Yeah, I would look it up on the internet before I touched it. Like take a picture of it and reverse image search it, or type in a description and see if you can find the slug, and then see if it's poisonous. But they definitely can be. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see. If I want to keep running these, I'm going to have to get more spice. That's true. It does seem like the ones that are dangerous do look dangerous. Let's see. What are we at? These are all going to go down in like 1 hour, huh? Well, poop. Okay, well, we get sometime. I mean, not really, Bean. Um, most animals that use some sort of slime or something as a protectant are mostly using it to prevent things from eating them or touching them. Right? Uh, it's not an extrusive defense mechanism, so it's unlikely that the slug is gonna like spray the slime or whatever at you. I don't think there are any slugs that spray slime. So, there's nothing really wrong with getting close-ish. Just like don't touch the slime and then like put it on your face or touch your face. Because if it's an irritant or something like that, it could cause eye irritation. It could cause vomiting if you get it in your mouth. It could cause, whatever it is, because the slug just doesn't want you to eat it. Um, the slug doesn't necessarily have any reason to care if you're near it. Um, it just doesn't want you to eat it because it's small and weak and can't do anything to stop you. So it produces this mucus. And so as long as you're not like touching it, and fucking with it, then you should be fine. No land slug is venomous. Yeah, well, so venom has to be injected. So unless they have some sort of delivery system, a spine or something like that. Yeah, yeah. If you run into a slug that's as big as a bear, run. Get in a spaceship, move to a new planet. Because there's just no hope anymore. If there are slugs as big as bears, we're all fucked. Oh, I was just talking to myself. Um, the bear slugs could be intelligent. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie For Love and Monsters with Dylan. I forget his last name, but the kid from Maze Runner. I call him a kid. He's like my age, maybe a little younger. But the guy from Maze Runner. Um, is the main character in it, and there's a semi-sentient like slug thing. This person's kind of built a cool base. With a couple of cool little hangars. I like this. Like it a lot. Good job, dude. Good job. But yeah, definitely watch For Love and Monsters. I mean, that's how conversations evolve, Blighted. If your conversation isn't evolving, then it's because somebody is actively trying to hold the conversation back because they have a very specific thing that they want to talk about. And so they're trying to express a specific point or something like that. Go to Harco Village and look for the black market trader? Why is that? Is that my quest? I don't give a shit about my quest. Quest can kiss my ass. This is gonna come as a really big shock to you, Mr. Bean. But wolf puppies are normal puppies. Okay, I shot this dude in the face. I mean, sure. Wolves and dogs are different. But wolves and dogs are different in the same way that two different breeds of dogs are different, right? They come from common ancestors, and they've just had unnatural selection, right? Because we bred them specifically for certain tasks over, a couple thousand years. And so that unnatural selection has significantly changed the way they look and the way they act and stuff like that. But they still technically come from common ancestors. And so you'll notice pretty significant similarities because a very significant part of their gene code is the same. And the divergence point in their genetics from a time perspective is not very long ago, like at all. The only reason that their genes have diverged significantly from wolves is because of unnatural selection, because there's been specific intervention by human beings to change their genes through selecting specific traits. Right. Well, they say no recent wolf ancestry, but again, there's a reason we call them dog breeds and not dog species, right? Because they're not different species of animals. They're different breeds of animals that have been unnaturally selected for certain types of traits. I imagine you would find a greater distinction in genetics between, like, say, a gray wolf and a tundra wolf than you would find between a dog and a wolf that was descended of the same ancestor. I'm not 100% certain of that, but that seems right to me. Today was a great adventure. Had a lot of fun. Good. It's good to get out of the house and go on adventures. Bear cubs look way too cuddly for what they grow up to turn into. You see a bear cub and you think, oh, I could totally raise one of these and it could be my pet. And then you see a bear and you're like, nope, no, I fucking can't. If not friendly, why friend shaped? Absolutely, Taco. Yeah, I don't think that's why they're so fluffy and cuddly. But maybe. I think they've been fluffy and cuddly since long before they started interacting with humans. By the way, those wolves and puppies were captured for some reasons. I was not in the zoo. Volunteers tribute for a baby bear. I'm really liking how much closer I can be, or how much farther I can be, to interact with my vehicles now. It is much, much better this way. I didn't realize how much it was aggravating me to have to, like, be looking at a certain section of my vehicle to be able to interact with my vehicle. But now I can, like, go anywhere on it. It's fantastic. This is the Haga Rift. So any of these Chome mineral extracting facilities all have erythrite crystals. And then right here next to this one, there's actually a cave like right here that has a bunch of them. But I don't like that cave because it's a pain in the ass to harvest them from. But any of the Chome extraction facilities in the Haga Rift, I would like to build in the Haga Rift. The Haga Rift does look really cool. But I gotta build my current base before I can worry about building. Hydrate. Oh no, I put away my decaliter, John. Can't hydrate. We're fucked. R.I.P. Rest in pepperonis. Yeah, I don't even know what an assault seeker is, Blighted. I've never actually used that skill. You're right, it does sound scary. What's really funny, Bean, is this actually isn't a cave. It's a chasm. There's no ceiling. It's just open. I did hit a wall. That's true. I have a bad habit of hitting walls. Pepperoni, another food you would take over candy. Well, are we gonna get back into this, dude? If you keep saying you like things more than candy, I'm gonna stop being your friend. Candy is life. I have not seen the meme, did you wash your ass today? You shouldn't just wash your ass every day, though. You should wash your ass every time you take a poo. And in order to do that, you should get yourself a bidet. Bidets are wonderful. Definitely get you a bidet. Super easy to install. Not all that expensive. YouTube it. It's a good one. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'm actually gonna run out of fuel if I'm not careful here. I didn't think I was eating through this much fuel, but apparently I am. Joe, fuel. It's not looking good. That's okay. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder. Welcome back, Blighted. How did you know that I was gonna say welcome back? Because you typed that like much faster than I said welcome back. We can rebuild him. We can make him better, faster, stronger. All right, I think it's probably time to go back to base so we don't run out of fuel and water and just generally die. Where do I get diamondine dust and carbide scraps from? From Misataril. My average typing speed, so here's my problem being, is average typing speed is tied to being able to spell. I spell like a third grader. So even though I can get the letters out pretty quick, I don't usually put them in the right order. So I only type like 40 or 50 words a minute, I think. Yeah, so I don't even really rely on autocorrect, Taco. I just type things the way they sound phonetically. And then if the people that I'm talking to can't figure out what I was trying to type, then they can kiss my ass. That's how I feel about that. Like, if the word is supposed to have a CK in it, and I just put a K, and that throws you off so that you can't read the fucking word, then I don't care. I can't be bothered. Yeah, well, and that's absolutely right, Bladed. Um, you can read words upside down. You can read words with wrong letters in them. You can do all that stuff. I guess it might be a little more difficult if you were like dyslexic, um, and you had to use specific coping mechanisms to be able to read because the letters got themselves all jumbled up. And then if you also added on top of that, trying to read something written by somebody who spells like a toddler, then I could see that adding an additional degree of difficulty and maybe being obnoxious. But I don't know anybody on a personal level who's dyslexic, and I don't really have to worry about that. All right, let's get some cobalt paste cooking. Give me that 700 cobalt paste. Delicious. Probably got some aluminum now also. How much water do I still have? I still have 250,000 milliliters of water. Hey, good night, Mr. Bean. Thanks for coming and chit-chatting with us. I appreciate it. All right, sorry about that. I had to sit up for a minute and try and clear some of this ick out of my chest. Ick. Like ICK. Like that person's personality gives me the ick. Oh, I forgot to bring fuel. My inability to play this game like an intelligent human being gives me the ick. Yeah, gasoline in the tank. Let's go get aluminum. Dude, I am so phlegmy today. This normally doesn't happen for like a couple more hours at least. I've been talking too much lately. I have to do something about that. Give me some Mucinex or something. Because that's gross. And I don't want to deal with it. Gonna fill up a big old fatty run of aluminum here. And then nice. Just barely got the tip of that there. Perfect. We're gonna go see about some calibrated servos. I haven't been out into the deep desert yet today. There was a problem earlier where people were losing things if they were out in the deep desert and then they crossed back into the world map. Stuff in their ornithopter inventories were being lost. But I think that that's been fixed. They put out some information about a fix about 5 hours ago. Actually, it's probably been like 6 hours now, 7 hours even. So hopefully that won't be a problem anymore. And I can just head my happy ass out to the deep desert and go see about getting some calibrated servos so I can finish up all those landing pads. A little area up there. And then maybe see about making some more freaking assault ornithopters. I'll just be assault ornithopter rich. Just zapping things with my laser beam. Don't get in the way of my laser beam. So they apparently readjusted like what you look at or how you're looking when you're in these cut arrays and stuff on the Jeep. I assume that that also includes a change to like the way you see things when you're in the missile launcher. I know people were having a really hard time trying to shoot the missiles. I mean, there's a ton of games like that, Blighted. You've got Ark, obviously. But if you're looking for something that's more PvE oriented, then, I mean, honestly, Minecraft is probably the ultimate one. A lot of modern survival games aren't really just about the base building and stuff. A lot of modern survival games are more about trying to integrate RPG elements and you know, Minecraft just never really had RPG elements. It was all about the progression of your gathering and crafting. There's a pretty little known game that doesn't have very many players, but it's an online survival crafting game, kind of like Minecraft. It's got the same boxy environment, but I really enjoyed it, the little bit I played of it. It's called Boundless. But it's sort of like super online Minecraft. The crafting system in Boundless was actually really interesting to me because it had kind of a push-pull mechanic between enchanting and durability that I thought was really, really fun. It does use a land claim system, so you can't just build infinitely, you do have to claim land. But honestly, it was a pretty good game, and I was really surprised that more people didn't play it. I mean, good atmosphere is very subjective. Dune or Fallout 3. Okay, so you want something that's a little harsher, a little more deserty. Gosh, which a good harsh. Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you. Something that feels dangerous. Um, Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know. I mean, honestly, I would say Dune is the game you're looking for. Especially if you just want to do the PvE stuff and build a base and grind mats. You know, Haga Basin is just so cool for that. PvP in Dune is absolute garbage. 100% absolute garbage. Yeah, I haven't gotten into a lot of PvP Blighted, and the reason I haven't gotten into a lot of PvP is because the PvP in this game, the faction system is currently broken. So the PvP in this game is very much like Albion Online in the Black Zone. It's all guild versus guild and no faction versus faction. And you know me, I think Albion Online's Black Zone is a pile of crap because it's guild versus guild and not faction versus faction. So until they fix the faction system in this game, I probably won't really be PvPing. I'll just be trying to build up and make my base look kind of nice and do some stuff like that because what's the point? I don't like systems at all where the highest level of in-game social structure is run by players. Needs to be run by the game system itself. Black, so much ick in my throat. Sorry, I didn't mean to be clearing my throat in y'all's ear like that. Now I can carry twice as much stuff back up to my base. I have an assault ornithopter. Booyah. Go gadget flying machine. Ornithopter. Well, I just crashed a whole lot. The weight of the assault ornithopter feels so good. I don't think I'm going to be able to take this whole... Oh. What a bummer. That nerd just shot a sniper rifle at me. All right. Build up a bunch of these. Feel much better about myself. Let's go start some aluminum. Aluminium. And we're out. And I still have 150 fucking thousand water. What am I supposed to do with myself? All right. Why am I running so high? Oh, right. Because I wanted to... There actually was a reason. Need to get some lights in here. Let's see about that, actually. I think... Furniture, lighting, standing light, wall light. We'll put it right above where the door will be. And these other ones, and then we'll just put like one per level here. Gotta be able to see. What do we do in here? Maybe in between some of these? Maybe like every other one? Oh, I don't have any more salvage metal, never mind. What do y'all think of my little observation deck? Even jump out. Wow. Oh. Gotta go get fuel. Tackling fuel. I have not played the Long Dark. I've never even seen anybody play the Long Dark. What is the Long Dark about? Um, yeah, I don't know enough about it to even know if I'd be interested in playing it. I'm not really into horror stuff. It sounds kind of like a horror kind of a thing to me. I've just never really been into horror. Challenges solo players think for themselves as they explore an expansive frozen wilderness in the aftermath of a geomagnetic disaster. No zombies, only you, the cold, and all the threats Mother Nature can muster. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just by virtue of the fact that it's a completely single player game, probably wouldn't play it. I am very, very picky. And one of the things that I'm very picky about is that I really like to have other people in the game. Like a lot. It's honestly kind of a deal breaker for me if a game isn't at least an MMO like this is, where there's, maybe a couple of thousand people in a server. Or, clustered like Ark, where there's lots of people that I could possibly run into. And I'm not necessarily always going to be interacting with the same group of people all the time. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't even necessarily want to interact with them. I just want them to exist in the world around me. I like seeing them go about their lives. Yes, I am muted. That is true. So the reason I don't think I'll play Rust is because, once again, it's a sort of guild versus guild system. right? There's no factions or anything like that. You don't automatically sort of get added to a group. I am very obsessed with the idea of factions. And I don't think that any risk versus reward, possibly lose your stuff in a loot version of a PvP game has any chance of actually being any good unless it has a faction system in it. I honestly sort of refuse to play any sort of PvP game that doesn't have factions in it. Because that's the only really consistent, viable way to smooth out the risk curve. And so if we don't have those systems, like Stalker 2, I've never played Stalker. Wasn't the original Stalker like a mod or something like that? But I mean player factions. Not enemy factions. Player factions. How did I overheat? I'm not even running my freaking thing right now. I hate you, game. Why am I overheating? What is this? Okay, that's cool. Just stay overheated, I guess. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's all I want. I think if you're gonna have PvP, especially if you're gonna have risk versus reward PvP, where players can kill you and take some of your stuff, even if it's only the materials that you've gathered or whatever, then you absolutely have to make it a faction PvP system, because I need to just sort of automatically be in a group. Right? Especially because so many gamers play solo. Why? What is going on with my freaking... It's pretending like it's still actively boosting, even though it's not. And now I'm still overheated. Hey, but at least the temperature's coming back down. Holy shit balls. That was ridiculous. But yeah, like we've talked about, like I put a video out about, if you have a risk versus reward PvP system, then your most casual players are getting fucked. And your least skilled players are getting fucked. And that's not hyperbole. That's not any of that. The players who are the worst at the game are dying way more often than everybody else, and they're having their progress limited by literally every person they run into, and they have no options, right? They have no ability to enforce any sort of diplomacy because they're not good enough. So, if I'm a bad player and I want to be friendly with somebody, and that person is open to alliances, they still have no reason to ally with me, because allying with me doesn't change the state of the game for them, because they were never in danger of me killing them anyway. And so if you're not a really good player and you're playing in a risk versus reward PvP game, then your only option is to run away from everybody you see 100% of the time, because you can't enforce diplomatic relations You can't win fights. You can't basically participate in the risk versus reward system in any meaningful way other than fucking off every time you see a person. And that's trash. However, and the other part of that is you're going to end up playing solo if you're a bad player. Because why would a guild bring a person who's not good at the game into their guild? Right? Your guild leader has a duty to everyone else in your guild to only allow better players in, because then that increases the overall value of any time that you spend in game doing anything. And so if you just let bad players in, then you devalue the entire guild's time by making the guild end up having to spend more time to accomplish the same amount of stuff because one of the players can't quite pull their weight. And that's not a knock to the player who isn't as good as at the game. Right? You can only be as good as you are, and you can only be as good as you've learned to be. And so what ends up happening is these players can't get into guilds. Maybe they don't even want to get into guilds, right? Nobody wants to be a burden on everybody else, right? So they don't even try and join guilds, even if there are guilds who would be willing to accept them, because they know that they're not pulling their weight as much as, the better players. And so you end up with these casual players who aren't as good at the game playing by themselves. And that's a huge percentage of your population. I mean, you're talking 30, 40% of your population of players, maybe even more, right? Maybe as much as 60% of your population of players are these solo players who are just trying to experience the game, who are just trying to learn the game, and who just want to play. But every time they go out into what is a huge part of your world, they just fucking get shit on by, the people who are in the guilds, or, the solos who are just really good and who spend 14 hours a day in game and, have all the time in the world to be super good at the game. And so you alienate those players, but they make up a huge percentage of your player base. And so you just start bleeding players every single time. But if you get a faction system, right, if I'm automatically included in a group and nobody can tell me that I can't be in the group, then I can play by myself and not be a burden to other people while still being useful to other people. If I see somebody getting chased and I happen to have my rockets on, right, I can go try and help that person out. And they only need to help me out very rarely, right, when I'm online or, when they happen to be passing by me or whatever. And so you're much less of a burden. You experience much less risk. You end up with much more reward. And everybody enjoys the game a whole lot more. And so you have to have faction systems because you have to have a group of people that everybody can belong to. And so if you don't have those systems and you've got any sort of risk versus reward PvP, your game sucks. Period. 100%. Your game is trash. And so you might get a super hardcore following, right? You might get those crazy hardcore PvPers who want to play 16 hours a day to play your game. But you're never going to have more than that. You're never going to have people other than that. You're only going to get the crazy hardcore, angry, toxic. And that's the other thing, is those people tend to be on the more toxic side too. The super hardcore players, because they play the game like it's a job and they don't want to lose. It drives your community to be extremely toxic. Those are the kind of players who say, well, don't go into a PvP zone if you don't want to lose all your stuff. And then they chase you down 6 people deep when you can't even equip weapons because you've got a storage module on because you're doing some farming. Well, that's the way the game's designed. You don't want to die, don't go out there. That's just stupid. Stupid. Why isn't this on fire? There it goes. Hey, somebody didn't take the calibrated servos. Somebody didn't take any of this stuff. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That was creepy. I'm a little hesitant to try and get up on top of this. I'm afraid I'm gonna fall through. Okay, worm. Fine, dude. I'll leave. Chill out. Oh wow, there's another one literally right here. I think that worm's gonna go eat that one, maybe. Doesn't look like it's gonna eat this one, though. At least not right this second. Please don't eat me. Okay, fuck this. These things are broken. Okay, it's just eating that one. That's fine. Can I climb? No. So you just can't climb these outer walls anymore. I don't know what they fucking did here, but I don't like it. Why you gotta break shit? Every time a video game tries to fix stuff, it ends up more broken. And I hate it. Looks like I need to drink some water, though. I don't have any water. Cool. Looks like we're going back. Because I'm a dum-dum. Glad I was able to get 7 calibrated servos for my time there. I'm gonna die. Please don't die. Womp womp. I died. It's actually getting to be about time that I need to go ahead and look at trying to make some unique duraluminum gear. Because my regular aluminum gear is pretty much dead. I don't want to remake it, and I don't really feel like repairing it. I'd rather just get rid of it. And then just go ahead and make a bunch of duraluminum gear. I don't think I quite have all the duraluminum pieces that I want, but go see what we get. What do we got? Oh, this is why people are slower than me out here, because I'm in a assault doctor now. I was about to say, it feels really slow. The assault doctor is slower. And so apparently it's also slower on the world map. Which is kind of interesting. I'm honestly really happy with that docking station. It's going to look super cool when it's all done. If I can ever get calibrated servos again. Alright, let's see about some unique stuff here. I don't want sill suit, Mendex pants. And I do want Mendex pants. Go ahead and craft that. I definitely think I want the station gauntlets. Go ahead and build that. I don't really want the syndicate items, but okay, let's make some syndicate chest piece. But then all I need is helmet and boots. Do I have mercenary boots? Mercenary helmet? I can dig that. It's not really a comprehensive set, but the jacket's kind of dope. And I actually kind of like the helmet too. Yeah. Okay. We'll just drop all this aluminum shit on the ground. Let's customize ourselves a little bit. Shit, can I swatch this? Ooh. I can swatch this. Hey, that's actually kind of nice. I don't think I want any variants. I just make myself like full desert mode here. That's kind of cool. Get like a Tin Man vibe. Let's go with that. That will blend in. When we're out there on the desert dunes. Looking super fly. Do 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 do. I have a cape. Head mode can't stop me. I have a cape. Let's go get our decaliter, John. Let's fill it up with water and let's start carrying it around again. Because if I don't grab it right now, I'm gonna just keep fucking forgetting. Do I have anything else I need to do or grab? I want to go ahead and repair this adept drill shot. Oh yeah, repair that, repair that, repair that. Oh, wow. This is only a duraluminum tier item? Yo. That's kind of crazy. This thing does so much damage. That's awesome. One spice melange. One. Ah, ah. Ooh. Uh, uh, uh. I probably have enough skill points to maybe get some assault seekers. Oh, no, I have assault seekers. I need the attractor field. Yes, I need the attractor field. Okay, so we need assault seekers, we need attractor fields, and I think we need explodies. Gravity fields. The favorite season, do you mean like winter, spring, summer, fall? Um, I don't know, probably summertime because it's the most predictable. Um, the inclement weather of summertime is primarily just that it's fucking hot outside. Um, Whereas, in the winter, you get snowstorms. In the spring, you get lots of rain. Um, in the fall, I guess it's just getting colder, so you don't really have a problem there. But I don't like unexpected random things happening in my life. And I don't like precipitation and stuff because it always causes issues. So I very much prefer the very knowable, very consistent, just blazing heat of summertime. Like spring or winter, so you just like exactly the opposite. That's funny. Can't believe it's just gonna let me sit here and throw these out. I've just gotten used to hot weather over the course of my life. Doesn't really bother me at all. Yeah, I mean, sure, there are absolutely temperatures that get so hot that you can't go outside in them, especially if you live in a humid area. That that number comes down quite a bit. But I mean, I used to play soccer in 110-degree weather, so being from the desert has its advantages because A, you get used to the hot, you get used to the sun, yeah. But because the desert is so dry, 110 degrees here is about as dangerous as, like, say, 80 degrees. I live in a desert right now. I've spent my whole life living in New Mexico. Yeah. In real life, I live in a desert. Mesquite bushes and tumbleweeds and cactuses, and I'm not Mexican. I'm from New Mexico, the state in the United States. There are lots of Mexican folks in New Mexico. And I've been around a lot of Mexican folks my whole life, but I am not Mexican myself. That is the one next to Texas, yeah. But Texas sucks. New Mexico's awesome. I mean, you probably know your American geography better than a lot of Americans. But yeah, so I've gotten really used to being hot. And I'd rather be a little warm than a little cold, personally. But you just never really run into a problem um, when you're dealing with heat in a desert because there's no moisture in the air. You can always sweat and you can always perspire to get cool again. And so unless you have a problem sweating, like, your sweat glands don't work right or something like that, then you're good. How about his geography there? I mean, teaching. The education system in the United States is as good as the education system anywhere else. We're not number one, but our education system isn't totally shit. But the problem is just that we don't, and I don't mean just the United States, I mean the entire world. We just don't put the emphasis on education that we should. Everybody goes to school, but the importance of gaining knowledge isn't stressed nearly as much as it should be. And the methods by which you can gain knowledge aren't stressed. School in basically the entire world has just become this memorization game where all you have to do is pass the tests. And that proves somehow that you have a mastery of all this information. And that's just not.
She's never even Did you actually hear? Well, when I hear. But until then.
Wait, what? Give me my medicine, you jackass.
If you come seeking treatment, and I need a pleasure thrall hung like that depends on what. Yes. When the mail arrives, for lack of a better, wait until you hear where she lives. She's never even apologized. Did you actually hear her say that? Well, when I hear it from her. But until then, no.
What in the holy hell?
Welcome, stranger. And I need a pleasure. That depends on what. Yes. When the mail arrives, wait until you hear where she lives. She's never even Did you actually hear? Well, But until then, welcome, stranger. If you and I need a pleasure. She's never even a pop. Did you actually hear? Well, But until then, welcome, stranger. If you come seeking, and I need a pleasure. She's never even apologized. Did you actually hear her say that? Well, when I hear it from her, I will think about it. We did have a bloody good time. But until then, no more free stims. 1,000. Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedy, and I need a pleasure thrall hung. Welcome, stranger. Do not underestimate an amount no on more primitive worlds. They believe it is magic. Do not underestimate an amount no.
Oh my
primitive
god.
worlds. What is there to? Well, whoever.
How am I supposed to get the stems? If the dumbass fucking lady won't give me the fucking stems.
If you come, and I need a pleasure thrall hung like a Tarnarian bull pig. We don't always get. That depends on whether you would consider. Yes. When the mail arrives, wait until you hear. She's never even apologized. Did you actually? Well, when I hear it from her, I will. But until then, no.
Do I need to have 1,000 Solaris on me? Is that what it's trying to tell me? And now I'm super frustrated. Okay, well, let's just go talk to the stupid black market person since I'm here.
Fascinating. Your compulsion. I am Count. You've heard the. So, I'll be the judge of.
Nobody cares about you, dude.
Finally, do you remember? That's remark. And then Zantara read. Truth be told, no. Exact. I can use for now. That will let her know we've spoken. I leave you with this.
I've been waiting for you. Come now, off-worlder. The Sardaukar let you go. Work for him. This compulsion is one of the best. Whoever gave you this compulsion, do nothing, off-world. Meet his contact. I'll do what I always do, off-worlder.
Alright. Some nerd gets me arrested and then pretends like it's my fault. Ain't that something? What an asshole. Do I have to do a bunch of shit for you now?
Kitten is back. Do we have business? Solve problems? That's one way to look at it. We all... Oh, not me, kitten. Strange that Fenring would send you then. After all, that's cute, kitten. I have 2 names to whisper to you, kitten. A new leader has... The assassin's hand... Your way has been prepared. If you are caught, then go, kitten.
Alright, time to murder people. Nothing like killing people for money. I would absolutely have shot them, but unfortunately I can't get my gun out in the village. Are you a player? Like doing an RP walk? Or are you like a NPC?
You look a little lost, friend. You got somewhere you... I like to fly. Fast. All right, suit yourself.
Oh, shiznit. Hey. thing said I'm in a scout ornithopter, but I'm actually in my, or said I was in an assault, but I'm actually in my scout. Just over here making stuff up. Come fly with me. Yes, I do want my vehicle respawn to change. I can't believe how long these friggin' things are. I thought that a 5 was going to be long enough. But honestly, I might need to go even 6 or maybe 7 out. See if I can actually even build any more out on these. Oh, I can. How can I go so far out? Okay, well, we're going to make these longer then at some point so that I can get this thing all the way in here. I think 7 is sufficient. It's crazy. I need to get some Solari. Just in case that's actually why I wasn't able to get that other thing. Oh, sure, let's take 5,000 with me. And then, we've been going for about 3 hours here. I think it's time to use the restroom and get some peanut butter and jelly tacos. Yeah, so let's go get a little something to drink here and some peanut butter and jelly tacos and use the restroom. I'll be right back. peanut butter and jelly tacos? I mean, I'm an American. It honestly sounds very New Mexican to me. Because, growing up in New Mexico, we eat a lot of tortillas. Because there's a huge Mexican population here. And so since I'm, just super basic American that eats ridiculous American foods, and I've grown up my whole life 45 minutes from the border of Mexico around a bunch of Mexican people, I think that this is kind of the natural evolution of my life. Peanut butter and jelly on a fucking tortilla.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I actually think that most people would say that going from peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to peanut butter and jelly tacos is a de-evolution. I'm steadily becoming more white trash. Have you ever had a peanut butter and jelly taco? Have you ever put peanut butter and jelly on a warmed up corn tortilla? Because I have. And I can tell you from personal experience that it's fucking delicious. I mean, that's fine. And you can totally say that it doesn't sound like it would taste good. But if you've never tried it, you definitely can't say that it does not taste good. Because, how the fuck would you know? I mean, that works for some things. For example, I don't need to put poo in my mouth to know poo doesn't taste good. But that's because your sense of smell and your sense of taste are extremely well tied together. And I have smelled poo before. But these are much more nuanced and already edible flavors. Right? Peanut butter, jelly, and corn tortillas are all things that you can eat. And so while you may be able to try and imagine exactly how those flavors would go together, you really just can't know. Right? People, even professional chefs, are surprised all the time by combinations of flavors that they assume are going to taste bad and then that taste good. So that's just not one of those things you should trust to your imagination. And I'm not saying like I think everybody should go out and have a peanut butter and jelly taco, right? Don't eat it. I don't care. But that is a very slippery slope to not trying new foods, especially foods from other cultures, because it just doesn't sound like it would taste good. But if entire cultures of people eat it, then there's a really, really good chance that it at least has some value as a food. And so, like, you just have to get yourself in the habit of when people, or when you have an opportunity to try new foods, that you try them. You know, peanut butter and jelly tacos is not a culinary experience. I'm not, but it stems from sort of the same reticence to try things. And so if you ever travel or anything like that in your life, go to different countries, which you definitely should, because the world is huge and there's lots of cool shit out there and you should go look at it. But if you go to another country, don't go to Japan and then go to the fucking McDonald's and get a quarter pounder. You know what I mean? Like, go to Japan and go to a sushi go round, or get some authentic Japanese junk food from a convenience store, or do something like that. Try those things, and they're going to have some weird flavors, and they're going to mix some shit together that doesn't make any sense to you. But who cares? The worst that could happen is it tastes bad, and then you wash it out with some water, and then you try something else. Like, who gives a shit? You got to eat it. You got to try it. You got to see. And that's true for a lot of stuff, not just food. I mean, if it haunts you for the rest of your life, though, like, that's a good story. Now, in 20 years, when you're telling people about, this time you went somewhere, it's not just a story about this time I went to Japan and had McDonald's. It's this time I went to Japan and had this really, really weird food. And I braved it, right? I took a chance and I was brave. Tried this really weird food. And then it tasted super disgusting. And I spent 30 minutes bent over a toilet, puking my brains out. It was gross. That's a story. It's a good story. It's a life experience. I think $15 and a little puking is 100% worth a story that I can tell for the rest of my life. Like the time I got tricked into eating Rocky Mountain oysters when I was in high school. We were on a skiing trip to Wolf Creek, Colorado. Well, it was like the big trip every year. And we would go over a 4-day weekend. And we would ski a couple of days. And then we'd drive home. And one of the big things was there was this steakhouse there in Wolf Creek. We used to go there the first night after skiing. Every time. And so one time while we were there, one of the kids convinced me to order a side of Rocky Mountain oysters. And I didn't know what a Rocky Mountain oyster was. And nobody told me what a Rocky Mountain oyster was. So I ordered them up, and I got down on those bad boys. They were delicious. But a Rocky Mountain oyster is a battered fried bull testicle. No, it doesn't have a shell. It's not actually an oyster. Yeah, it's a battered and fried bull testicle. And if somebody had told me that before I ate it, I wouldn't have eaten it. But you know what? Tasted pretty fucking good. I'd order it again. Why is the name so misleading? Because they're trying to trick you. Because who would order that on purpose? Nobody. Nobody would order that on purpose. It's a gag thing, you know? It's like pickled eggs in the bar. No? Nobody's supposed to actually eat it. But sometimes you get somebody who doesn't know. It's like a running joke that everybody knows about, right? It's a rite of passage when you're young and you first start going bar hopping and somebody tricks you into eating the pickled eggs and everybody laughs and has a good time and somebody buys you a drink and it's a good time. Same thing. Just a rite of passage thing. And I mean, it's totally viable, edible food, right? It's not like somebody's trying to trick you into eating something that you shouldn't, but it's supposed to get a reaction. It's supposed to freak you out a little bit. What did I come over here to make? Nothing in this one. I need to make fuel. Need to make... Oh, I don't have anything to make gasoline with. All right, need fuel cells. Noted. Alright. Mother Puss Bucket. Now I gotta find, like, new locations where I can harvest some fuel cells. I just need some fuel. Please give me fuel. Need it. I actually think there's a couple of fuel cells. The ramp. Let's just drive over to the ramp and see what's over there. Stop it. Where are the fuel cells? I could have sworn there were a couple up here. I'm just driving around like an asshole. Not a fuel cell inside. Hey, there we go. There's one. I love that I can just get 600 fuel cells from a single little node. So wonderful. But can there maybe be more nodes? That'd be great. I thought I was going to run into a lot more fuel cells out here, so I didn't want to be picking up a bunch of aluminum, but I should have just been picking up all the aluminum. This will just have to be like part of the trip from now on, because I wasn't able to fill up on aluminum earlier in a single go. But if I also picked up these fuel cells, that might not be the case. There's 4 fuel cells here, so that's 2,400 fuel cells. Which, I mean, I do 1, maybe 2 aluminum runs a day. That's more than enough. 2,400 to do basically whatever I want with fuel cells. Yeah, that's definitely true. Oysters do not live in mountains. I don't think the trick is to try and get you to actually think it's an oyster. It's just called an oyster. I honestly don't even know why it's called an oyster. I guess it kind of has the same consistency, but not really. All right. Got us some fuel cells so we can make some fuel. Make a couple of larges there. I think we're gonna put some of this stuff back. I don't actually care about doing the quest line right now. I was only gonna do it because I couldn't think of anything else to do, but the reason I couldn't think of anything else to do, I just realized, is because I had run out into the deep desert with no fuel and no water last time, and I now have fuel and water. So we're gonna go ahead and take the assault thopter out into the PvE area of the deep desert and see about gathering up some things I need out there. Any spice that I can come across, any downed ships that I can come across, anything like that. If we bring the assault, we'll be able to get a lot more stuff. Honestly, it looks cooler. 'Cause I'm bad, you know it. One of the next things we're going to have to do is we are going to have to work towards getting some missile launchers for our scout Orny, so that we can have it out. And then we want to get a Mark 6 thruster and Mark 6 wings for our assault. But if we do both of those things, then we should be pretty good when it comes to words are hard. If we do both of those things, we should be pretty good when it comes to being out in the PvP area. So we should be able to just go out there with our scout, with our missiles, and our assault with a runaway kit. And then if we can't escape, we can always just bring our scout Orny out and just start raffle stomping some nerds. And that'll allow us to actually get out there in the PvP area and get some plistanium and stuff. Because that's what really matters. We'll bring some structure stuff with us. We'll do some stuff like that. But first, I kind of want to get this home base built. So we need to get some more calibrated servos and some stuff like that so that I can get that base built. And then we'll see about going out into the deeper parts of the deep desert in our scout Orny. And we'll set ourselves up a little hideaway. Little 7x3 or something, if I can. Something kind of small, but you know, with a big ass pentashield over the top of it like we did with the guild. so that we can just go fly over there and park if we get attacked. We'll obviously have to be a little more careful about like keeping our Holtzman shields on and stuff like that. See if I can't find those two. Shipwrecks that were here earlier. Doesn't look like either one of them's here. Fucking weird. Southie D, what's up? Long time no talk. The PvE part of this game, where you're, going through the storyline, building up, getting your base done in the Haga Basin, is phenomenal. Hands down, best MMO survival game I've ever played. The environment is fun to traverse. Traversal mechanics on foot are extremely fun. The vehicles are pretty entertaining up to a point. Just super, super entertaining. But as soon as you get out to where you're running around in the deep desert and the PvP becomes a real factor, there are some things that are pretty broken about the game right now. The faction system is absolutely not working. PvP balance is really bad. Lots of griefing going on, lots of, cheating and stuff already. People finding ways to like break into your base without actually having to destroy anything. A bunch of stuff like that. But there's a good 200 hours of gameplay before you ever even have to get to that point that you can enjoy the ever-loving shit out of. And hopefully everything else is going to get better eventually. That's kind of where I'm at with it. But I am really enjoying Dune. It's been a ridiculous amount of fun. I've got, 350 hours in this game already? No, closer to 300 hours. Right around 300 hours in this game. Since the 5th. So just under a month, about 300 hours of playtime. Which is about, what, 10 hours a day? Yeah, so about 10 hours a day is where we're looking at. That's great. All game needs progress. Also, it's like a normal DayZ survival game. Yeah, pretty basic survival. I would probably classify it closer to, oh, hey, nice. I want that too. Oh, that person's gonna get it. Boo. Boo, you suck. He barely even got any of it. Probably just out for the blueprints. What a silly nerd. I would probably put it closer to like an Ark style. There's a PvE zone where you can build your base where it won't get destroyed. So it's not quite as hardcore as a lot of the other survival games, because there is an area where you can just build and be free from, you know, raids and bullshit, which I very much like. And I think more PvP survival games should probably implement something like that. But once you get out into the open world and stuff, it's very dog eat dog, everybody out for themselves. There's supposed to be a faction system, but it's a broken pile of crap right now. So... Oh, nice. Blood bag, sweet. Ooh, yeah, and all those calibrated servos. Yo, this person didn't pick up anything of value. What a dumbass. Thank you, stupid person. Yes, I do want to pick up that 100 spice. Fucking nice, dude. Oh. We got an angry worm. Look out for the worm. Yeah, so the way the whole thing is supposed to work, Southie, is we're supposed to get a faction system. So you join one of these two factions, and then you compete to complete the objectives of these minor houses. Or I guess they are great houses, but they're lesser than the Atreides and Harkonnen. So you compete to get the votes of these houses in the Landsrad, and whichever house gets the most votes, whichever faction gets the most votes, gets to vote on a decree for that week. And that decree can change sort of the way the game works. So, for example, at the end of this week, we're going to be able to vote to either access a special Landsrad tool vendor, or to reduce our repair and refining costs by 75%, or to gain an additional 50% of experience. And whichever faction won that week's Landsrad will be the only faction that actually gets the benefit of whatever that Landsrad bonus is. And so it's supposed to be this sort of faction warfare, political diplomacy system that's supposed to make the game really just a lot more interesting. The problem is that there's no motivation to remain allied with your faction because you can kill your allied faction members. The friendly fire is there to prevent zerging and stuff like that. And so the best strategy is just to all pick the same house, right? Everybody just like go Atreides, and then Atreides wins every week, and then everybody gets the decree, so it doesn't matter, and then you just kill everybody who's not in your guild because you can fight amongst yourself within the house. So until they fix that and they get the faction system like legitimately working, it really is just a PvP free-for-all out in the deep desert, and just everybody that you see is trying to kill you all the time, and it's kind of shit. But eventually, they'll figure out a way to put their thumb on the scale a little bit, hopefully, and get people to start actually playing the faction system as a faction system and, you know, playing together and helping each other and stuff like that. And if that ever happens, then the game is going to be fucking outstanding. Like, really fucking outstanding. But they have to fix the faction system for that to happen, and if they don't, then the game is going to die really hard. But at the very least, I think it's worth the $50 just because of the, you know, hundreds of hours you can get out of the storyline and Haga Basin and all that stuff before you come out here into the wasteland of stupidity. Accidentally entered into a PvP area as I flew over that rock over there. The vehicles are quite a bit of fun to fly, though. I'm really enjoying the ornithopters. They've got two different modes. You know, you've got your glider mode here, but then you've also got the thopter mode, which is where it kind of turns into a helicopter. And then, you know, the buggy's really fun. It's a little 4-tread buggy. Kind of looks like the Mars rover a little bit. And you cruise that bad boy around. The sand bike's fun. The mods are cool. You can kind of mix and match mods a little bit. There aren't a ton of mods, so you don't get a ton of customization. But hopefully that, again, is another thing that changes in the future, that they'll add, you know, more mods, more customization to the vehicles. And if they do that, then vehicles are going to be probably some of the best vehicles in any survival game. They would just be phenomenal if they had a little more variety to them. So we'll see. We'll see. I definitely would have put an early access tag on this game if I had launched it. I don't think I would have launched it as a full 1.0 launch, because I think that the state of the faction system and the minimal state of vehicle modules just doesn't really make this game stand out well enough as a full release. But I also understand why maybe they didn't want to release it as an early access. Because I know that, you know, there are lots of people out there who really detest the idea of early access. But they didn't even launch it with the entirety of their first storyline in. we still have one whole act of the storyline that doesn't exist in the game. And they knew that it wasn't going to exist in the game. They launched it intentionally without it just so they could get the game launched. And that feels pretty early access to me, so. Hey, there's a downed ship. There aren't very many of them out here this time. There were a whole lot more last time. Maybe I just haven't come across the right locations yet. Oh, this one's gonna be impossible to get the stuff out of. What are you doing to me, game? Well, I guess I can get the stuff out of this side at least. Please take everything. Ooh, soft step boots. Is that tier 6 stuff? Soft step boots, though? Because that'd be super cool. Let's put some of this heavier stuff away. And let's try and go back and get more. Hopefully this other panel over here should be on this same side. It's too high up there. Okay, well, let's see if we can get up on the top here. At the very least, get this panel. Movie. Take that out. Drop it on the ground. Angry worm. Pissed off the worm. Oh my god. God, I love the sandworms. Still gets me every time. I'm never gonna get used to that. Never gonna get used to that. But I'm pretty sure it's about to eat that thing. Oh no, it's following me. What's up there, duder? Yeah, I did see that Ragnarok is out in ASA. And then, you know, they've got another Bob's Tall Tales. They've got... Oh no, I guess that's not true. Bob's Tall Tales doesn't only exist on the regular maps. But don't they have another paid DLC or something that goes with it that adds like some sort of a class system or something? I don't even know at this point. I have given up on Ark Survival Ascended completely. Oh, it is with non-official maps too? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know. It's been so long since I've played or even paid attention to that game. I am just disgusted with the way they're handling the DLCs and the creatures and all that stuff. And so I just can't even anymore with it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay. One spice. Nice. Thank you, video game. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into it closer to make any sort of an educated. So what is the aim of this game? The aim of this game is the lands red. So this is the end game loop, right? You like the new thruster changes they made for scouts today? You know, Charles, I haven't used the new thrusters. But I do like that they are increasing. The way they do thrusters, Charles, is kind of stupid to me. Because it doesn't seem to increase my maximum speed at all. So if I go into glide mode with my thruster and I aim down, right, I get to 177, but if I turn the thruster off, I'm going the same speed. So the thruster doesn't really work as an increase in speed. And I feel like that's kind of silly. I feel like it should just increase your maximum speed by X amount. So, you know, the Mark V could be 10 kilometers per hour. The Mark VI could be 15 kilometers per hour or whatever. Oh no. Oh, I am so fucked. Okay, turn it around. I don't think your thruster is working then because this is an assault ornithopter. So yeah, this isn't the scout orny. So I don't think the assault orny got the same treatment. So Southie, sorry, trying to answer two sets of questions here at the same time, but let's take a look at the purpose of this game, or like the point of this game. The point of this game is entirely the Landsrad system. And this system is about doing these specific tasks for the great houses. So, for example, this week, House Novabruns wanted us to deliver omni-static compactors, which are the tier 6 compactor that I'm using to like pick up the purple sand and shit. And you get 1,500 points per compactor. And then the first team to get 70,000 points got to claim this vote. So this one got beat pretty quick. So a bunch of people just made omni-static compactors and then turned them in. On top of that, every single one of these houses also has a control point out here in the deep desert. And their control point also gives you points per minute or something like that that you control it and that you're inside of it. So you can gain points that way. And that's the whole end game loop, is to PvP for control points and PvE to do these turn-ins every week to win this lands rad. So I would say that it's worth a buy if you're willing to pay for a game that you're only going to get about 200 hours to 300 hours worth of value out of right now. If you like PvE survival games, then you can get a good 200 to 300 hour PvE survival game out of Dune Awakening in its current state. However, if you are unwilling to spend $500 for 300 hours of enjoyment, then I would say it's not going to be worth it to buy this game until they fix the faction system and factions actually start legitimately working together, and until they fix some of the balance with their PvP system so that PvP is a little more fun. And as soon as they do those things, then this game will have thousands of hours of value. But until those things are fixed, your value pretty much just comes from the early game PvE loop. And that's only going to get you about 200 or 300 hours worth of game time. Which is nothing to scoff at. I mean, I'm having a great time playing this game right now. And I haven't really PvP'd at all. Because it's just a busted system right now. But I'm still really enjoying my time in the game because the game is really fun. But if you want to get, it's a live service game. It's supposed to be an online game. It's supposed to have PvP. There's supposed to be diplomacy and faction intrigue and stuff like that. And those things don't exist right now. It's just a GVG, kill on sight everybody who's not in your guild. Just straight up hardcore punishing risk reward PvP game as of right now. And that's not really fun in my opinion. So I'm sticking mostly to the PvE areas and only dipping my toes in the PvP areas when I absolutely have to, and I've been very much enjoying the experience. But as soon as the Landsrad system isn't in a garbage state, we're going to be real good to go. Yeah, so I do need to probably go ahead and make a thruster, Gilbert, for my Scout Orny, and just give it a try. There are definitely some things that I have noticed, though. The thing that I think is probably the most important to me is how much easier it is to access your vehicles now, Charles, because they increased the interaction box of basically all of the vehicles. So specifically on the Scout Ornithopter, you used to not be able to interact with it from looking at the storages, right? If you were like on the outside of the storage trying to interact with your Ornithopter, it didn't really work, and you had to like walk around to the cockpit or walk around to the rear to try and, get inside to fly away or, deposit any of your items or anything like that. And so with the new change, they've increased that interaction area. And now from outside of the storage containers, you can actually interact with the Scout Thopter. And it feels so much better. It feels so much better with the Jeep, the buggy. You don't have to get like in between the treads. You can interact with it from outside the treads. So you don't feel like you have to run up into that little gap and try and like get in the driver's seat before you can interact with it, which is really nice. So it's definitely going to make, trying to escape worms and, trying to harvest things by yourself and stuff like that will be much, much faster now because you're not going to have to deal with a finicky system. So new server is a new race against both factions. Also, so it's mainly good for PvE at the moment. I think it actually will be the future to copy this game. Nothing like Ark or Daisy. Yeah, so there's new servers don't really happen. The servers just kind of keep going. But every week there's this thing called the Coriolis Storm, Southie, that completely wipes out the deep desert. So the deep desert is a huge 9x9 grid, actually. I think I have an image here. Yeah, there we go. So this is the deep desert grid here. And so you've got your A row through your D row is all PvE. And then your E row is half PvE. It cuts down right in the center. And then everything in the F row and above is all PvP. But this whole grid gets deleted every single week. Any structures that get built in it, anything like that gets deleted every single week. And then it gets remade. New rock outcroppings. So you see all these like rocks and stuff out here. These won't be here next week. The sand dunes will get pushed over the top of them, and then new ones will get exposed somewhere else. So the whole environment changes every week in that 9x9 grid. Now you also have your Haga Basin, which... let me turn this back off, sorry. So you also have your Haga Basin, which is your PvE zone, and that stays the same. Except every week when the Coriolis Storm comes, it actually shuffles, like the resource nodes. It shuffles their locations. So it doesn't completely wipe the entire map, but it will shuffle around the resource nodes so that like bots and stuff like that can't just keep running the same paths. And you'd have to redo their paths every week, which I think is really good. But yeah, so every week, it's a new race to this Landsrat, because this lasts 1 week, and then whatever faction wins gets to vote on these decrees. And then you'll see Atreides right now has repair cost and refining times are reduced by 75%. So for a week, the Atreides faction members get this bonus. And then whoever wins the Landsrat this week will get a different bonus that gets voted on here. And so just every week you go back out into the deep desert. You build yourself a little fob on one of the rock outcroppings out here. Maybe you build yourself a couple of fobs so you have some safe havens. If you really want to go deep into the desert and be really efficient, then you need to build like all your refining stations and all that stuff so you can refine out in the deep desert. And then those dust storms that you saw me flying through earlier, just a little while ago that fucked up my wings. Those dust storms actually cause any bases in the PvP zone to drop their shields for 6 minutes. So normally you can't raid bases in the PvP zone, but when one of those sandstorms goes over the top of a base, you saw that lightning that was coming down, it has an electrical storm inside of it, and it'll kill your base power for 6 minutes, and that kills your base shields that stop people from raiding them. So for 6 minutes after one of those dust storms comes out, people can raid and destroy your base and take it over. And they can actually take over the whole thing. So you have your fief console, which is basically your land claim, where you say, okay, this land is mine. And so you place that console down and then you start building up your base. Well, if somebody breaks into your base and destroys the console, it doesn't just destroy the whole base. It leaves everything that's still built there and then opens up that space to be claimed again. So somebody else can put a fief console right inside where your base was at and then just take over your whole base. And so, there's some interesting mechanics there with that. And there's been some interesting raiding and stuff that's gone on. I've seen some YouTube videos and stuff. I haven't really been a part of it. I've been mostly playing solo for the past week and a half. I started by making a guild, and then I realized that I didn't want to do that anymore, so... That's nice, man. There's going to be new objectives, maybe better updates. What would be cool for this game is making the whole Dune game, like Rise of Kingdoms layout map. I mean, I would I would play a Dune Rise of Kingdoms. I don't think that's ever going to happen for this game specifically. But I do like the idea of, you know, like servers working together to do stuff in the deep desert. And I kind of wish that your Haga Basin server that you chose had a little more. Yeah, Rise of Kingdoms, absolutely. I've played Rise of Kingdoms. Played Rise of Kingdoms. I've played Call of Dragons. I've played a couple of other ones that were really, really bad. I really like kingdom builders. But I hate the pay to win aspect of kingdom builders. I don't like the I don't like the monetization model of those games at all. They're extremely predatory and they intentionally make the game bad so that you spend money on them. I mean, they're probably the most predatory monetization models of any game on the market now. But yeah, I mean, I like those games. I think they're cool. I don't think this game's ever going to have like territory conquest type stuff or anything like that though. But I'm just really excited about this Landsrad system. This system is really cool, and they're going to be giving lots of different types of stuff that you can do to earn these points. Right? This is kind of a first pass at this system, and it doesn't really work great right now, but I'm really hopeful for it in the future. Like, really hopeful for it. It's the only reason I'm even playing the game. I was actually bad-mouthing this game pretty hard until about a month before it launched. And I learned some information about the Landsrad and stuff, and I realized that it might actually be quite a bit of fun. And I kind of changed my mind on it. But up until about a month before this game launched, I was like, no, I'm never going to play this game. This game is trash. And exactly what I was worried was going to happen is what happened, because it is just a GVG, you know, PvP gankfest out here in the deep desert right now. And it's not fun at all. But that's not the intended play. That's just kind of what's happening right now. So hopefully, when they get some stuff worked out, and they change the game a little bit, we'll get what we actually want out of the game. I don't know, I just think more out of the box. So how good is the crafting and building? What I love doing and just recruiting PvP players. So yeah, the crafting and building is interesting. You have your basic research tech tree, right? Very, very Ark style research tech tree with all your different tiers, right? And you research all your weapons and all your different building stuff, like your refineries and all that shit. And that all gets researched here with these research points, which you gain as you pass levels. But also you can gain intel points for this research by completing certain POIs in the PvE and PvP zones. But then you've got this special one over here, which is your uniques tab. And there are different uniques of a bunch of different of the different types of weapons and armors and stuff like that, or pieces of your vehicles, like unique wings that help you go faster, or you know, unique storages that have more storage, or unique engines, or whatever, unique weapons, unique armors, all that stuff. And so you find those by going to POIs. You actually saw me pick one up earlier. I picked up these boots. So these are the tier 6 version of these boots. And so I'll be able to learn this, and I'll get one crafting permit to make that item. So I'll be able to make one instance of that item. And it has a durability. So everything has durability and maximum durability. So you see this has two lines. It's got the durability line, which is the yellow one. And then it's got the max durability line, which is the red. And every time you repair an item, the max durability reduces. And you repair it back up to whatever its new max durability is. So eventually you just can't repair your items, and you just have to throw them on the ground or recycle them to get a little bit of resources back. And then you have to make the item again. So only getting one of those schematics means that eventually I won't have that boot anymore. And so if I don't get another schematic for it, eventually I've got to go back to, you know, like the basic version of the plasteel boots. And so the crafting system is interesting in that the schematic system is interesting. No, actually crafting the items is, you know, the same as every other survival game. You go out, you farm an ass ton of resources. You make the item in your bench. The item has, you know, a timer or whatever. It takes a little while for the item to make, a couple of seconds. And then you grab your item. And that's it. There's no gameplay loop to crafting at all. You just go into a menu and make the item. Now the building system is fairly fun. I'll show you my base. We'll actually head back to the Haga Basin and I'll show you. Yeah, so I won't be playing with other people at all, Southie. I appreciate the invite, but I explicitly play solo. I started this game by starting a guild, and I'm not a group kind of a person. I'm just very much a solo player. And so it ended up not being a right fit for me, and I ended up just not liking some of the people that were in the guild. And so I just went ahead and left and gave somebody else control and started a new character and just started playing on my own. I'm having much more fun that way. But yeah, I mean, if y'all are interested in games like this is definitely a good one. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to some updates making the game a lot better. The core of the game, the bones of the game, I think are really good. We just need some updates to fix some of the glaring issues with the faction system specifically. I wouldn't do that to my community, Southie. If I was going to play with people, I would play with, you know, my viewership and stuff like that. And I would make a guild and stuff that they could go ahead and join and play that way. But I don't want to run a guild because it's just too much additional work, and trying to stream plus create content plus trying to run a guild is just way too much. And I would never forsake my community to go play with other people and say, sorry, but you don't get to play with me. That just wouldn't be right, since a lot of them have expressed so much interest in playing together. So right now, the only option I really have, and I think the best option for me, is just to continue to play solo. I like playing solo. I've always been a solo player. It allows me to keep learning stuff and give people information and put out videos without feeling like I have some sort of obligation to other people that maybe I'm not doing as good a job as I should be, as I'm focused more on, you know, making videos or whatever, all that stuff. So it's just a better fit for me to play by myself at this point. But I appreciate the offer. Like I said, it's not a personal thing as far as like, I don't want to play with you specifically. I just don't really have the ability to play with anybody at this point. Time to run away. Bad worm. Scary worm. I appreciate that, Southie. Thank you. I do my best. I do my best. I'm glad that at least some people think that that's good enough. Hey, yo, what's up, Gravy? How was the stream today? I saw you on a little earlier. Here we go. Gravy. I can draw on my screen now. It's so cool. There's a program. I don't know if you use OBS, but I use OBS for my streams. And there is like an add-on that you can get called Draw. Yeah, look up the Draw add-on. I think it's just called Draw. But if you do Draw add-on OBS, it'll probably come up. And it was super easy. I just downloaded and installed it, and it just brings up a dock that shows you a preview window of your stream, and then you can just draw right on the preview window, and it just shows up, and it's got some pretty basic paint functionality. So it's just a little, you know, it's got like a brush, it's got a pencil, it's got whatever, it's got some different colors. You can erase it, you can clear it. You can do some basic shape stuff. And that's really it. I mean, it's just super, super basic paint that you can put right on your screen. I love it. I think it's great. Honestly, I played LOL for years and still no good at it, nor any other games. That's me trying to do my best. You know what, Southie? I'm in the same boat. I played League of Legends before League of Legends had seasons, and the highest rank that I ever reached in League of Legends was gold. But mostly I was like hard stuck bronze and silver for like a decade in League of Legends. So I get it. I feel you on that. I am not a good gamer. I love games. I love to talk about games, but I fucking suck. And that's okay. Yeah, so this is my base here. I mentioned I want to tell you a little bit about the building system. So the building system is pretty standard for these types of games. You know, it's got your standard foundation, wall, roof, all that stuff. So you're not going to like be blown away by the building in this game, but it does have some interesting structure sets, like the Atreides and the Harkonnen set can give you really, really distinct looking buildings and have really distinct patterns and stuff like that. But this is my base over here right now. And the way it works is you can put a fief down, which gives you the area that you can build in. But then you can also put staking units on your fief that allow you to drastically expand the area that you can build in. So I actually own like this entire cliffside, almost all the way down to the ground, and then all the way up to the top of this tower. This tower's at the tip top of my base site. But then I own all the way from the edge of the base over there. I own all the way to this cliffside over here, and all the way up and down based on my staking units. So you can get a really huge area. And then it's actually pretty easy to build because you get 100% of your resources back when you destroy. So you're not ever like losing resources, and that includes like your refinery benches and stuff like that. So like you get all this really interesting ability to like make stuff and make mistakes. And then if you make a mistake, you just delete it and start over. And it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's turning out to be pretty fun. I really like my little space dock here. And I need to add more little arms. So everywhere where you see a door, there's going to be an arm, and it's just going to be staggered. And then there's 3 sides that have little like docks poking out. And then I'm gonna put storage containers in the docks. So you know, you come, you stop off, you come over here, you put your stuff in your box, and then you get back in and you take off again and go wherever you gotta go. But I like them. I think they're cool. They're not quite long enough. I didn't realize that the assault ornithopter was as long as it is. So I'm gonna stretch them out 2 more foundations and just make them a little longer. And then on the inside of this, so this top part is just supposed to be like a control tower or an observatory. So once you go inside, there's some lighting, a little bit of lighting and stuff. But so this is your observatory or your control tower area. And you can see out. You have a really nice view. I really like this area here. This is called the Odom. But yeah, so then there's just a nice little spiral staircase down. So you can go in and out of any of these. So it's like a big old space dock kind of a thing. But they're not all made yet. They're not all built yet. And then if you get all the way to the bottom, which takes for fucking ever, you can build right into the walls and stuff. So this game has sort of like Ark when you have no clip turned on. This game sort of works like that, so you can kind of clip things into terrain, which is nice because you can build, you know, just right up next to the terrain and use the terrain as part of your structure, which I really like. And so then I just come down here, and this is my main base. This is going to be my storage floor. So it's pretty sparse, pretty bare bones, nothing really in here. But it's going to have all my water storage and all my resource storage. And then when you come up here, this is my crafting. These are all my power generators. I've got my crafting benches here. I've got my refining benches here. And then we've got a nice little overlook. Again, lots of Lots of use of the rocks as part of the walls and just kind of building into the rock. To build this whole thing, both pieces, has probably taken me, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours of just straight building. You know, I get something, well, no, it's probably been more than that. It's probably been closer to 12. I had a really easy time making this structure. This kind of came together really nicely, really quickly. But this structure over here, I've tried a couple of different things with it. I made it too small. I made the hexagon too small the first time. And it was only 2 on a side, so I couldn't fit the assault in there. And then I tried another thing where I was going to make a really huge hexagon. And I was going to put all the ports on the inside instead of on the outside. And I couldn't really get that to work very well because I wanted to have a moon pool. And you were going to actually, I was going to use these pentashields, which are these little blue invisible doors. But I was going to put it underneath instead of on top. And you were actually going to fly in from underneath and then land on something so that you could, you know, park or whatever. That ended up being too difficult. And so then I finally ended up going with this. And then I had to build this a couple of times before I felt like it was right and got it all attached and all that stuff. So it's probably taken me about 12 or 13 hours to get all this built. And it's not even close to done. I mean, if you look, I'll break my build tool out so you can kind of see the outline of where my build area is. But if I break out my build tool, you'll see all these blue lines. Those are the boundary markers of my base. So I can build all the way up basically to the top of this. And that's the boundary marker right there is the ceiling. But I can build all the way over there. I can build back a little more into this cavern. And then you'll see way over there, I can build all the way over there too. And so I've got this whole area kind of out in front of this. I've got this whole area here. And then if I go down, you'll see how far down my base goes. So I'm building way up at the top right now. But I can build all the way down here. I can build all this right here. All this belongs to me. So we're not even close to done. This is going to be like a 60 or 70 hour build probably by the time I finally finish it. And I don't even really know what I'm going to be doing with all the space. I just staked it out and took it over. And then I've got a little building down there, and that's just got my buggy in it because I can't get my buggy up here until I get a carrier. But yeah, no, base building in this game is actually wicked cool. And traversal in this game is also wicked cool because you have things like the Shigawire Claw and the suspensor belt that let me basically fly. Game's pretty ridiculously fun though. Especially just being in this area and building up and making the vehicles and I mean all that stuff is just really fun. They have a really cool function. So I'm going to put away a bunch of stuff here. So you can just press F on any box and it'll go ahead and just put anything that is shared in that box. But then also you can see up here, you have your backpack function. My assault ornithopter is currently in the space of my base, right inside of that green bounding box. And so I can just access that thing's storage. And I can dump everything that I want in here. And then I can just put this in my backpack because I want it in my backpack. But yeah, you can access any vehicle's storage from right here inside of your base at any storage container. So I'll put all this stuff that's in my inventory away automatically by pressing F. But then I can go ahead and open this up. And then I can look at the assault ornithopter and I can say, oh, okay, does any of this stuff go in here? No. What about over here? Okay, all these things go in here. Ammo. And now all my stuff's put away super easy. So I don't even have to like go into my assault ornithopter and pull everything out and then like walk over here. I can just do it automatically. And I think that might be the greatest storage feature I've ever seen in a video game. You can also fill up your storages that way. So I can come to this storage container, and if I know that I want to put, you know, all of these aluminum ores in my assault ornithopter, I can open up that assault ornithopter storage and I can just boop, put the aluminum ore in there. So it makes it really easy to move stuff around and transfer things and do stuff like that. Honestly, I think we should go build on our little space dock a little more. I specifically kind of went out there so that I could get more of those calibrated servos, because I need the calibrated servos to make the pentashields. But I think I have maybe enough now that I might be able to finish this whole build out. Let's go in here. You've got all of your different types of building. So there's different sets. You start with the Chome Shelter set and the Chome Facility set. But then if you pledge yourself to one of the factions, Atreides or Harkonnen, you can up your reputation with them, and then you can spend endgame currency on buying their sets as well. So you can get the Harkonnen and the Atreides set, which are really cool and use a totally different building material. These just use granite, and those use something else. I'm just going to stick with the regular Chome set for now. They said in the future they're going to make it so that you can just replace structures with structures of other sets. So I will probably just go ahead and do that. So we're going to go out 6. No, we're going to go out 7. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I just want to make these longer so that I can get the assault all the way in them. And then we'll switch to walls. You've straight up got the word interface right on there, which I think is pretty nice. Just want to make sure that I'll be able to put, yep, nice. You can also, so if you want to build together with another person, you can just one click instead of holding. And if you just one click, it puts down this ghost stuff. And you can build an entire structure. The ghost stuff actually functions as support for other ghost stuff. So you can build this whole thing out. And then you'll see it's a darker green if you can build it. And it's a lighter green if it's got some sort of requirement. So like I have to finish this structure before I can do this one. But you see as soon as you finish them and they have connection points for the other ones, and they won't just be floating there, they change to that darker green. So you can actually build together pretty easily, and one person can be like your architect, and the other person can just go through and click the button and hold it to make the structures build as you get more resources. And you can also kind of see what it's going to look like before you actually build it. And then there's a system of making copies of buildings and then sharing them on the Solido replicator. And then you can actually sell the Solido replicators with copies of your structures on the in-game market. So if you really like building, you can build some cool shit and then sell it to other people in case they don't want to have to like come up with their own builds. Just a ton of good stuff. Literally the only problem I have with this game is its end game PvP loop. is kind of garbage right now. Ammo. It's just those wings are so much longer. I may have been talking to myself for a really long time. Whoopsie. Oh no. I just noticed that my mute button was on. I don't mind if you don't respond, and if you just want to have me on as background noise, I think that's great. I love it. But sometimes I turn my mute button on, and I'm dumb, and so I'll just be sitting here fucking talking to myself because I, cleared my throat or something like that, and so my mute will be on, and I'll just like be rambling on about some super long explanation. And then I'll realize, oh, I've been muted this whole time. Nobody's heard a word that I've said. Sweet. Let me just go cry in my cereal. Because I am in fact an idiot. I especially seem to have that problem when I'm building. I don't know specifically why I so frequently turn myself on mute when I'm building, but was that a bird or was that another person's ornithopter? Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Boop. Boop. Do I not have enough power? I do not have enough power. Oh no, everything's turned off. And I don't have enough salvaged metal. Okay. Life is in shambles. It's annoying, but at least you can recalibrate what you said and then sounds better. Yeah. There you go. There you go. I mean, most of the times when it happens, I was just pontificating on some bullshit. Nobody actually wants to hear that. I have a tendency to ramble, so honestly, most of the time it's saving me from sounding like a clown, just babbling incoherently about shit that nobody cares about. Gotta get us some scrap metal here real quick, so I can build some more generators. Shouldn't really need very much. In fact, that should probably be more than enough. Love rambling is unique, very explanatory, helps and gain interest a lot. Well, good. Glad that there's somebody out there who enjoys it. If I had to listen to me for hours at a time, I would lose my mind. I'd be just sitting there thinking to myself, holy crap, does this dude ever shut the fuck up? Then you reply, no, but also, did you know this? I'm running out of space for all these flipping generators over here. Oh, no, never mind. Look at all this space. One generator. Two generator. Are we making generators? We're going to have all of the power. What's that? 8 more? Let's make 2 more. And more generators. That's another 750 watts of power. Hell yeah. And then you don't even have to put stuff in them individually. You can just come over here and hit the refuel generators button. And it takes all your fuel cells or your lubricants or whatever you need and just distributes them evenly. So I have 11 days to pay my taxes. I got to pay 24,000 Solari within 11 days, which I have. No storm alerts going on. And then I have enough power to last just short of 6 days. So as long as I don't overload my power again, then my base should stay up for 6 more days. They give you lots of really good information about the state of your structures in this game. All right, let's see. Let's go down 1. Let's destroy that and that. And then let's build a longer bottom here. Hey, have a good sleep there, Gravy. Have a good sleep. All right, that one's done. Zip. This one needs to be made longer. So we demolish. And we build. Now I need to come up with something interesting to go underneath these, I think. But I also don't know if I left myself enough room to actually do that. So I may have to adjust.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
How we go about some of this. I don't know. Now that I've got all of these all the way set up, let's see, how easy is it? Okay. So you can fly in and out of there pretty good. It's not really a problem. Yeah, that's cake. Not a problem at all. I like that. I like that. I wish that we could have some more flourishes underneath here, so that there was like maybe some angular support going back into
Sector weather alert. A
the
large
ceiling here.
sandstorm is approaching.
But and then of course we don't have something that's big enough for a carrier orny. I don't think a carrier ornithopter would fit in here. I'm pretty sure it's at least 4 wide. So I'm gonna have to consider something else for when I eventually get a carrier ornithopter. Maybe just build it its own little hangar over there somewhere or something. Or closer to the ground, or I don't really know. I don't really know. Fill up on the agua here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Got lots of aluminum still cooking. We want to make all that into duraluminum. Yeah, I don't really have any need for aluminum. Go ahead and make it into duraluminum. What do I need to make? I don't think I need to make anything. I feel like I'm just kind of in a good position right now as far as my weapons and stuff are concerned. Ooh. You know what I do need to do?
Sector weather
I need to
alert.
eat that.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Eat that. That actually might be kind of interesting to look at. Oh, it's a big, big one. Okay. Let's see here. Worm threat minus 45%. I'm currently wearing those same boots in a lower tier. In the aluminum tier. These are minus 45% also. So dash, blade mitigation, worm threat, heat protection. These are dash, worm threat, blade mitigation, heat protection. So a little more heat protection, a little better armor value. So we're definitely going to want to make those when we can. And then we have our cool little Baron's blood bag. This unique blood bag is named for the Baron Harkonnen. During one of his infrequent visits to Arrakis, he had a group of Fremen sacrificed in Carthage and then hung bags full of their blood in public places throughout the city, daring others to come and try to reclaim their water. Wow, that's gruesome. But that holds 30,000 water. So let's look at the regular Plastanium tier blood bag, which only holds 24, so an extra 6k water in one of those blood bags. Let's see what the weight is. It is also only 16 units of weight. It's honestly kind of a good deal if you were trying to make your water out of blood. It's a good blood bag. The advanced blood extractor or blood purifier does 40% of blood to water. So you would get a little under 15k. You get 12, 13k water out of one of these, which is pretty solid. Let's see, 10% of 30 is 3, right? So you'd lose 1.5. Yeah, so you get 13.5k. Water out of one of these in 40%. That's not half bad at all. Pretty expensive. I mean, atmospheric fabric, 94. Oh, wow, that's really expensive. 94 fucking spice melange. The end game stuff in this game is so weird because it's so much more expensive than the stuff directly underneath it. Right? Like, so that says 94 spice melange for that unique. But if you go in and look at the regular one, it takes 31. So to get an extra 6k blood storage, you've got to be willing to use 3 times as much spice melange to make it. And so ultimately the point they're trying to get at there and where they're seeing the value is that this has the exact same weight as that other item. And so you, as a solo player, you really don't need that unique probably. Right? That 24 is probably enough. 24k blood is probably enough. And so if you're, really, really high-end endgame, or you're part of a big guild or something like that, and so you're doing things on a crazy industrial level, they really make you kind of pay out the nose to get those little optimizations that help you do things way, way faster than, say, a solo player would be able to. And so I really like that, actually. I think that's a really good idea. So for example, like I've got all these power generators here, but these are extremely inexpensive. They only take scrap metal. But because I'm a solo, I don't need, 10 refineries. I don't need, 4 chem benches. I don't need, 6 spice refineries or whatever because I'm just one person. And so because of that, I get to waste a little bit because you only get 80 structures. These are your maximum number of structures. So I get to waste a little bit and I get to have this just sea of garbage generators. And until I get all the way to 80 structures, I'm going to keep using these because from a cost perspective, as far as what I have to put in to make them, these are the most efficient energy you can get. Because these are 75 watts of power and they cost 45 scrap metal. And this one right here is 350. So a little over 4 times the amount of power. But it requires 120 duraluminum, 160 cobalt, 50 calibrated servos, and 3 spice melange. So 5 of these costs 225 scrap, and one of those costs 120 duraluminum, 160 cobalt paste, and 50 calibrated servos. So yeah, if you want to save for production slots, so that you can make a smaller base, or because you want to have a bunch of refineries, then you absolutely have to use those wind generators. But if you don't give a shit about production slots, I can have just like infinite fucking power for basically nothing here. I have 3,225 power, and all I have is these. I took down all my other generators until much later on in the game. And I mean, I'm pretty close to 80 structures at this point. I think I'm like at 60. Yeah, 61. So I've got 19 more structures I can make for production facilities. But that's probably enough that I can get the advanced fabricators. So I need this advanced fabricator, and this advanced fabricator, this advanced fabricator, this advanced fabricator. And as long as, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 more buildings. So as long as 15 more generators is enough to keep these buildings running, I think I'm actually pretty good. So I might never need to upgrade. Which is Hilarious. I went back inside earlier for that sandstorm because I didn't want to be working outside while there was a sandstorm. And then I never came back out. Let's get back out here. Let's try and get this done. I really want to get this done. I've been kind of fucking around. So let's build this thing. I really love these pentashields. I really love them. They're so cool. All right. Instead of trying to go inside to do that, we're just going to do it like this. Boop. Oh no, I'm out of granite. Well, shit. Having to make these longer is really chewed into my granite here. Let's go get more. Whee! Oh, fuel. Do I have a fuel tank? Yeah, I got a fuel tank. What's up? Filling up my fuel. Filling fuel. Water sucks. Gatorade is better. It's fuel. Use it on the field. Excellent fuel. Excellent fuel. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks. You're drinking the wrong water. I honestly need to make a structure, something cool where I can put all of my water catchers. I don't like just having them on top of my main base in a cluster like that. I'd like to try and make some sort of a design or something with them, or some sort of structure that looks like it was designed to optimize, even though you can't optimize those things. Trying to make something that looks like it was designed to draw air in and draw water in and then spit dry air out would be kind of cool. Might be something I can do in conjunction with wind generators later when I'm trying to create wind generators, create some sort of like a funnel or something like that. That looks like the wind generators are like blowing the air across the Across the water collectors, water catchers. That would be kind of cool. I don't really know. We'll have to look into it. Cut my life into pizza. This is my plastic fork. Smiley face. Maybe that's what I'll do. Hang on. Let's put this in a better spot. From now on, instead of having like an avatar or like a face cam, just gonna put smiley face guy in the corner. That's me. I don't need a face cam. I have smiley face guy. Considering how overweight I am, if I wanted it to actually be representative of me, I'd probably have to give that dude like 4 or 5 more chins, but that's fine. He'll be a better, thinner version of me. We can make him better, faster, stronger. While we're down here, might as well pick up some fuel cells, because I'm not going to get enough granite to fill up my whole storage. It's not really a thing. Probably even grab some scrap while I'm out here. Because I don't need scrap very often, but I do need a little bit sometimes. To make more generators and shit, so... Grab some of that good scrap. And plenty of this here granite. How we doing on the granite and stuff? Oh wow, 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost 4,000 granite? Shit. Also, I don't really like the way this outfit looks. Like, it's cool, but it's not me. I am blue. I'm blue, da boo dee da boo die. Do da boo dee da boo die, da boo dee da boo die. Do da boo dee da boo die. Much better. Blew his house with a little blue window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. Almost forgot that I told myself I was going to get scrap. I just went blowing past it. I love how well you can just go driving up the side of rocks and shit in this game. Just climbing mountains, dude. Like a billy goat. Bat. And now we eat off the side of a cliff. No fall damage. That is one of those things that kind of gives me a lot of hope for the future of this game. Is there was a time before the game even launched where your vehicle took damage basically all the time. Right? If you crashed into anything or you jumped off the side of a mountain or anything like that, you took a bunch of damage. And so you were constantly having to repair your vehicle, and everybody said that wasn't fun. And so Funcom changed it. And you no longer have to worry about taking damage from crashing into shit and falling over and jumping off of cliffs and stuff like that. And that was a really good decision, because it is so much better to not have to worry about that crap and just be able to go. I mean, y'all remember when I was playing Once Human? My goodness, you couldn't even go 5 minutes without me wrecking my car and needing to repair it. It's awful. I had to deal with that in this game too, especially because vehicles in this game are so important. Like, if you don't have a vehicle, you could get stranded in the deep desert or, something like that. Stranded at the drive-in, branded a fool. What will they say Monday at school? All right. Go deposit all my new resources. Oh yeah, this is gonna look hella dope. Hella freaking dope. I don't guess they actually needed to be staggered, but I think I'm still gonna like the stagger. We'll go into this one right here. I really need more aluminum, actually. Let's, I haven't turned all of my aluminum, right? No, we got a little bit for some storages. So we got plenty of silicone, we just need aluminum for storage. But the reason I'm worried about that is I want to be able to just drop this stuff off here. I don't want to have to go all the way down to my main part of my base. These are just raw resources. So there's no reason that they can't just be here, waiting to be used. And then I can pocket this bad boy. You could get like 6 scout ornithopters up here. It's crazy how much bigger the assaults are. Because when they're flying, they just don't look that much bigger. And they don't, I mean, they feel quite a bit bigger just due to inertia. But because of the way they set up the camera, it doesn't feel quite so large. So cool. But then I guess I land this thing out here and you can kind of tell. Holy shit, it's huge. I don't know, I like it. I think it's great. Power down. I really kind of want to be able to give other people access to this, just so they can use it. Just for funsies. I really want to turn this into a bazaar. They really need to give better permissions. It's like, if I could go in here and I could choose, you know, instead of just a general level of access, if I could choose people, like I can with the vehicles who could access this door, that would be incredibly cool. And I would very much enjoy it. Honestly, the fact that we can't have that, the fact that there are 2 distinctly different types of permissions for bases and vehicles is kind of annoying to me. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? You. Demolish. Red Robin. Yum. Look, it's a bird. Gosh, the view from up here is so nice. I love this game. I can't wait until they fix the faction system. This game is literally going to destroy my life. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I love how for a brief time you can see, especially on the roofs, what the new tiles are that you've placed. Because these ones are all covered in dust and these ones are all nice and shiny. It is fairly hilarious. Let's see, do I put the pentashield under here? Oh, I can't even put the pentashield under here, okay. Alright, now just 2 more of these bad boys and we're good to go. How many more cobalts? Okay, we've got plenty. Nice. Nice. Very excited. No. Blam, blam, blam. Ooh. We're at the 5.5 hour mark. Probably gonna quit at 6 hours again today. There's not really enough going on in this game because there's no end game right now. So, you know, I like getting on. I like doing our resource grind. I like maybe getting a couple of quests done. Doing a little building has been a lot of fun. But there's not really enough to keep me super focused for more than about 6 hours at a time. Hopefully the lands rat will be getting fixed soon and we'll be able to like build up to going out and doing some big PvP stuff and having some fun. We probably still could do some of that, and maybe we will. Even without the lands rat system, it'll just kind of be random and without purpose. Which I suppose isn't really that big of a deal, but... something I especially want to do, I think, is go raid some bases. Base raiding seems like a lot of fun. Also seems like a really good way to get resources and stuff. Especially if people leave their crafting benches out there. Like, I don't even necessarily need to steal your resources. If I can steal your crafting bench with a large... or your crafting base with a large spice refinery, I'll just break that motherfucker down. Take all that stuff home. Get a ton of plastanium and all that stuff. 400 something spice melange. Hell yeah. I cannot explain to you all how happy I am about the fact that there are just birds that fly around near the cliffs where my house is at. It is so cool just every time I come out here to do anything. There's just birds flying around my base. Literally the greatest experience ever. I think there was a spice blow. Oh, I'm dying. I need agua. All right, last one. And I think we're all done. We'll finally be able to go fly out real quick and kind of take a look at it. See how bad it is. I definitely think I put too many landing ports. Honestly, there should have only been 2 on a side, I think, instead of 3. But that's okay. It looks a little weird, but I dig it. I'm weird. The stuff I build is weird. Weird suits me. One of these days I might take down the outer walls and put those as pentashields too, and then just have like the bottom be a solid wall, and then the other 3 walls be, or the other 1, 2, 3, 4 walls be pentashields. but I'm okay with it. I like it. It looks decentish. It's a little functional and utilitarian, and it's not really dressed up very much, but maybe we'll come up with something. Maybe we can think of something to make it look cooler. Probably ought to go ahead and get any spice that I have cooking into melange. Nice. And do I have... Okay, I do. So I've got lots of stravidium. I can actually make almost 100. Plastanium. Use up the rest of that water. Nice. What does it cost to craft some of these fabricators? 140, 140, 140, 140. Okay, cool. We're going to have to go get a little bit more titanium and stuff for that, but we're pretty much where we need to be. Start trying to move into the plastanium tier a little bit. So we'll have to gather up some titanium. It actually kind of makes me want to go do a run. Maybe we'll put that off till tomorrow, though. I think we will. We'll start off tomorrow by taking everything we need to go build a small little base just for defense out in the deep desert. And we'll go maybe find a good titanium spot or something. We'll mine a bunch of titanium in our assault thopter. And maybe we'll even make some scout missiles. So if somebody attacks us, we can go ahead and just drop our scout. We'll fly the assault back to the safety, and then we'll drop the scout, and then we'll fly out and we'll fight them. Or maybe we'll make another assault. We'll fly an assault out there with rockets that'll just be chilling. And if somebody attacks us, we'll go boop, park the gathering assault, break out the rocket assault, and just start fucking people up. I don't know. We'll see. First, we got to get enough titanium even to make a tier 6 rocket launcher and some tier 6 wings, which we have a bunch of these tier 6. Can't see them on there. But we have a bunch of these tier 6 scout wings that are unique. I don't know. It says they go faster. You play both PvE and PvP. Yeah, absolutely. So this is the Haga Basin, Southie. So this is the main part of the map. You start out way down here. And it starts you in a random spot like over here, over here, over here, whatever. And this is kind of the tutorial zone. And everything here is PvE. Including this little thing right here. And so the way the server structures work is pretty unique. So this right here is Haga Basin. And there's a bunch of Haga Basins. So each of these lines represents a Haga Basin. And there's 20 to 25 Haga Basins for every cluster. And only 40 to 60 people, it might actually be 60 now, I think they upped it. But only 40 to 60 people can be in one of these Haga Basin instances at a time. And they're completely separate servers. And you can visit any of these that's attached to your world. And then I'm going to draw a big box. So the big box is the entire world. So everybody that you can play with is inside the box. So you get all these Haga Basins over here. And then all of these Haga Basins are connected to other nodes in the world map. And the world map is just how you travel between like the big areas. So you've got all your Haga basins that are all clustered, and then all of these Haga basins are connected to Arrakis, which is a social hub. And then you've got Harko Village, which is another social hub. And these are just places where there's like quests and stuff like that. And 100 people from any Haga basin can be in these at a time. And so you'll just see each other like running around and shit. And then there's one instance of each of these. And there's one instance of the deep desert, which is that area I was in earlier, where I showed you this map right here. And this is the 9x9 deep desert grid. So all of these Haga basins share one deep desert instance. And then the deep desert is the place where the PvP happens. So the only thing that you can do for PvP in the Haga Basin is these big green ships. These are PvP areas. And they're the only PvP areas in the Haga Basin. Well, that's not entirely true, but it mostly is. There's a couple of other, like this is a PvP area, I think. This is a PvP area, I think. But for the most part, these ships are pretty much the only PvP areas in the entire Haga Basin. So you can play in here forever and never fight anybody. And there's lots to do here, right? There's tons of POIs. There's tons of resources to gather. There's tons of quests. All of that stuff all happens pretty much in the Haga Basin. And it's very, very fun. Very, very fun. This is where I'm based, right up here in the corner. And then when you leave to go out into the deep desert and stuff, that's when you get your like big time PvP. So when you enter the deep desert, these things are actually broken into 3x3 servers. So one physical server takes up a 3x3 space. And so the first area here, you can enter here, you can enter here, or you can enter here. And there are 3 entrances, and it'll just randomly place you in like A1, 2, or 3, A4, 5, or 6, A7, 8, or 9. And then as you move further out into the deep desert, you start running into more potential PvP. So these same green structures, these same green structures that you see in Haga Basin that are PvP zones, these busted ships, also exist in the deep desert. And they are also PvP zones in the PvE areas. So all of these green ones right here, A1 through 9, all the way through D1 through 9, is all PvE with the same rules as the Haga Basin. Anytime you run into one of those little green ships, you can PvP there. Then the E1 through 9, the first half of it is PvE, and the second half is where you transition into PvP. And then all of F1 through 9 and I1 through 9 are all PvP all the time. So if you're in any of these zones out here at all, then you can just be attacked by anybody. That includes even members of your own guild, because friendly fire is on all the time in the deep desert. So that's within the guild you can kill each other. Within your faction you can kill each other. It doesn't matter. So you have to like kind of pay attention and know who your allies are, so you don't accidentally shoot them out here. But everybody else is fair game. And so this is where you get spice. This is where you get the tier 6 resources. You can get a little bit of spice and a little bit of tier 6 down here, but you get most of the tier 6 resources and most of the spice up here in the PvP zone. And whenever you die, you lose durability on your gear. You don't normally drop gear, but you do lose durability on your gear. And then you drop any of the resources or anything that you were carrying. So if you like mined a bunch of titanium, you drop it. And then there's lots of worms out here. So what people generally do is they try and kill you over the open sand, and then they drop a thumper on your ornithopter so that the worm eats it, so that it's totally destroyed and you can't get it back. But yeah, that's kind of the PvP PvE situation. But your whole first couple 100 hours, I mean, it's going to take you, if you push really hard, it'll take you about 60 hours to get to your first ornithopter. And at that point, you're only in tier 4 gear. So you can technically leave and go to the deep desert right when you get your first ornithopter, but it's probably better to stay for another 40 or so hours at least. Maybe even as much as all the way to 150 hours to complete a lot of the quests for a lot of your classes, because you have to complete the quests to be able to unlock these pips. So normally once you unlock a class, you can get 1 pip in most of its skills except for its capstones. But if you want to unlock the additional pips, you got to go to the advanced trainer in either Arrakis or Harko Village, and you've got to do a whole quest line for these, and they'll unlock more pips. And then you can unlock the capstone skills as well that way. And that's how you get all of your availability. And you can unlock every class on one character. So tons and tons of stuff to do to get your character to a point where, you know, they're playable, especially in PvP. So tons and tons of stuff to do, tons of research points to get so that you can build all the structures, so that you can make all the resources, so that you can make all the items and stuff. So you got a good, 150, 200 hours probably in the Haga Basin before you're really going to be looking to get out into the deep desert and do that stuff, unless you've got a guild and you're just hardcore pushing it. Don't care about your character, just care about getting to the deep desert and getting, intel points and plastanium and stuff. You can do it in like 3 days. You could be out in the deep desert just crushing it if you really wanted to. But yeah, so there is no PvE server and there is no PvP server. Every server is the same setup. Every server has the PvE zone and the PvP zone. You can't choose to not fight, basically. Sorry, I kind of lost track of what the question was halfway through that explanation and then forgot to tell you that you can't choose to only PvE or only PvP. Well, I guess you can choose to only PvP. There are private servers where PvP is just turned on in Haga Basin. But on the official cluster, they're all set up the same way. It's primarily PvE in the Haga Basin, and then the shared deep desert is where you PvP at. It's a good structure because you get to keep all your shit, right? You get to be protected here. And so I can just be solo. When I was playing solo on Ark, I was just constantly getting my ass handed to me. And so now I'm playing Dune and I get to just keep all my shit. And it's all safe here. And if I want to go PvP, I can. But nobody can come and blow up my base, ruin all my progress, make me cry. Do you have any other pressing questions there, Salpy? Anything else I can help you with? Because I think we're probably about to call it, so I don't want to leave you lingering with questions. All right, well, in that case, I think that's probably going to be the end of the stream. So thanks everybody for coming out. Things were really active in the chat today, which was great. Made things really fun. We got a lot of building done today, so our base is looking super schmexy, which I like. This is by far the best base I've ever built in any video game ever, which is a little bit sad because this is still kind of garbage. But we're going to work on it. We're going to keep trying to get better at making things interesting, get better at making things look nice. One thing I want to do is I want to maybe try and round out these outer walls. So instead of having them super flat like this, maybe get something that's rounded. In order to do that, I might need to get some of the other structure sets, like the Harco set. I think the Harco set actually probably has some good round wall pieces that might be interesting. So we'll look into that, and we'll see about maybe changing some things up. I don't yet want to go and pledge to a faction until we get the third faction. I'm probably going to stay factionless because I want to know what's going on with the third faction and how it's going to work before I put myself in a position to maybe want to betray whatever faction I'm on, because I want to keep those betrayals in case I want to use them. So we will see exactly how all that's going to work out. But thanks again. I hope everybody had a good time. I had a great time today. We got a lot of stuff done, and I feel really good about it. So I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all on the next one tomorrow.